Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids and we're back for some more Mass Effect 3, Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, there we go. Last week we were doing some stuff with the Human Guardian for the first time, and I'll be honest, I was not the biggest fan. In large part because I think that his strengths just they just don't synergize, or don't complement my playstyle, I suppose, because I'm usually very aggressive, and that is not exactly the way that he goes, as he is much more a defensive specialist. As for what we have planned today, lots of stuff to turn in for credits and what have you, and we'll definitely take a look at doing that in just a minute. However, I did very recently have some people who were saying they wanted to get a Plat Apex going. I've not even seen what the Plat Apex today is, but they are potentially mid-match right now. They might be done at this point, but might want to just jump in quickly and see if we can tag along with them. Okay, it's weakened assault team. It's not great. Okay, this is the person who was messaging me before. So why don't we quickly switch over to a character who I would usually use for things like the Plat Apex missions, and I'll be honest, I'm not even sure if we have time to throw on gear here, as they may quite literally be seconds away from finishing, because this was a little while ago that this person asked if I was ready to join, so we shall see. We shall see. Might as well jump in. Basically, once we're done with this one, we can go back to our usual way we would start things off by doing some pack opening and checking what the dailies are, so we can figure out if we can do, okay, wave 5, it's not so bad. You know, see if there are certain characters we can use for the, oh dear, the daily. Well, at least get a revive going here. I suppose there's that. Everyone is down. Oh my goodness. What is going on over here?
They've got a Hydra.
Well, it does seem like it is the Hydra that is causing the problems. Alright. Let's deal with this thing. Okay, very end of wave 5, really. Wave 6, though, of course, is an objective. It's upload. Okay, so probably a good thing that we showed up when we did, as this is kind of our specialist as a huntress. Kind of our specialization. Okay, let's take this one. That is, I think, right around where we had cloaked before. So that is what they are reacting to, and hopefully where they will continue to try to attack rather than right on top of us. But okay, yeah, usually I think with the stealth grid characters, the brief moment in which you are reactivating your ability, technically the enemies can see / understand where you were for that brief moment, so they basically remember that that was the last place that you had been. And so enemies like the Berserker will throw those flat cannons at you. Oh, hold on.
Here I come.
Ooh. Okay. We're almost done here. There we go. Nice. Not too bad from the standpoint of getting the objective done, not too bad. From the standpoint of not dying, that has been more of a struggle, apparently. You know, having joined the end of wave 5, and now having something like 7 revives, is, you know, maybe, and counting, it might be an indication of, oh dear, of how things have been go. I mean, it is weakened assault team. Make that 10 revives. It is weakened assault team, so this is not as if we have it easy here. It is Plat as well, but we've spent a lot more time doing the objective and reviving than we have attacking enemies. In fact, I think we have attacked precisely 2 enemies. And that is it. I'm gonna grab some more. These, though, real quick. not dead. Everyone is fine. Everyone is fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. Could if we really wanted. I mean, I also have no idea what today's daily is because I haven't checked that yet, so maybe it's points against Ket, in which case just spamming some stealth grids to put up some additional points is technically, well, that's not helpful, but spamming the stealth grid could be. Especially if we can use that to give us some additional support to score. Go grab grenades over here while we're at it. And you know what, maybe we could attack enemies, but that's, let's be honest, that's really optional, isn't it? And that's just not what we're here to do at the end of the day. What we are here to do is revive our teammates. What we are here to do is revive our teammates.
Hold on.
Goodness. I mean, we're pretty close to having revives be the only medal we're gonna get. I'm pretty sure we got a, oh well, we got the support medal. We probably also got some objective medals too. It's a little off-putting. It's okay. As long as we're up at the end, that's all that matters. Ultimately, that's the only thing that matters. You are not dead. You were supposed to be, but you're not dead. Oh, if I'm not careful, I will be dead. A little close to the end here. Might help out some teammates so that we can, ow, make a run at the end here as this stage, I mean, it's still slightly early. Alright, come on guys, come on guys. Time to go. Time to go. Please run. Alright. Everything was fine. Ignore the fact that, you know, there's a grenade of sorts that is currently on us as we're trying to extract. But yeah, you know, as perhaps we anticipated, the person who had messaged me as I was setting up the stream asking me if I wanted to do the Platinum Apex mission was still doing it by the time we started things up. So we were able to jump in relatively late on at that, but I think we'll probably jump out of the lobby to do our usual stream starting stuffs like opening up packs, because especially after that, we now have close to 3 million for credits, so no shortage. But this is kind of what I was referring to. I mean, we did end up getting a few other medals, but it would have been kind of odd if gold revives was the only thing. It's kind of indicative of the nature of that match, at least at the time of us joining. But let's see. I assume these guys are looking to jump straight into another match of some variety. And also, well, let's figure out what the daily is. It's outlaw, it's 0. Okay, so none of the stuff we were just doing, but that's good because that's flexible. We could pretty much go with whatever we wanted for that. And the other thing is, I mean, it's gonna take us a while to open up a bunch of packs, but maybe we, at the very, oh, well, I mean, if everyone abandoned ship, then maybe that makes it a little bit easier for us to hop out as well to open up some packs. In fact, so this is the person who was messaging me before. Okay, and now, do I tell them that we may want to take a 15-minute break to open up a bazillion packs, or do we just open up a bazillion packs until they start saying they're ready to go? Maybe we do that. So I would also like to hop over to a new character, of course, because in general, we're looking to do a new character every week. But let's see. Okay, it is ultra rare weapon. Requests? I'm going to be switching to a new character that I haven't played before momentarily. So I may need to jump out to a lower difficulty lobby. But it is ultra rare weapon, and we do have enough mission funds to, I believe, get 2 of them. So we might as well, at the very least, do that. See what we can get here. It will be the Naladin, up to now rank 5. I have seen some people use that. Is that the one that's basically like a mini missile launcher? And second one, Valkyrie, up to level 2. Technically speaking, I've heard people say that this can be the best weapon in the game if you consistently get headshots, which granted, it's probably not going to be the case for me. So I haven't used it very much, but it does have potential. It does have pretty serious potential. Okay, but that's all we can afford for now, but 2 ultra rares is 2 ultra rares. And at least 1, possibly 2 of those, quite good at that. Okay, they're saying they can potentially switch to a lower difficulty. Silver, okay, we can get by on silver as a level 1 character, right? That should be fine. Obviously, that's faster. And these guys, if they're all doing, if they're all used to doing plat, so I've played with at least this person who we're coordinating with, and at least one of the other people who we were in that previous match with as well, then if they can handle plat, they could definitely handle silver with one person who is who's not doing too much. But I guess we should at least set up that character, and then maybe at that point, with whatever time we have remaining, we can open up some packs, because that's probably something we're gonna have to stop midway through. Have prestige challenges done? No. No, that was my first match of the night. But at least good to have a group who's looking to potentially do the dailies and can help us out with some potentially higher difficulty stuff. Maybe earlier than we would otherwise do it on a new character. So we only have 2 rare characters remaining that we've yet to play. Those being the Batarian Scrapper and the Human Juggernaut. Now, we've delayed the Human Juggernaut for forever because I felt like I need to do this character justice, because it seems like he's supposed to be really good. So I don't want to, have to rush into it and not live up to what my expectations are, what your expectations are for the Human Juggernaut. Could do Silver Apex as well, that could be good. So also, yeah, I do have a potential guide to follow on the Juggernaut from somebody in chat even who had made some recommendations for it. Admittedly, I am not sure I could pull that up in the brief period we have while we are waiting for, or while this group is potentially about to hop in and get this next match started. So maybe we go Batarian Scrapper here, who, for what it's worth, is also a character I've heard some very good things about. I think 2 things in particular you can potentially do with this guy. Those being either spam Flat Cannon and spam Concussive Shot for amazing Combat Mastery Challenge completion, or you combine Flat Cannon with Snap Freeze and you use that to get tons of stuns. So I think, since I'm pretty comfortable using the base Human Soldier for our grenade spam for Combat Mastery, I'm thinking we go more the stun route here. I'll let this guy know our thought process, I guess. Yeah, only 2 rare characters left. This is a person that I play a fair bit with in between streams, so I don't want to completely stonewall him if he's like, Lids, why are you being so rude? I'm trying to engage in a conversation with you. Oh, also, I've not jumped into Discord, which, granted, I should probably do. What with the whole, let's get started immediately on this Plat Apex mission that may or may not have a team going right now. Well, it turns out it did. But now, just slowing down a little bit, and okay, well, he's ready. I'm not really ready, because we do have points to spend, but have not spent any of them yet. So maybe at the very least, why don't we throw on, just as a quick solution here, we'll throw on some fitness, just so that we are alive for this first match, and then maybe we'll save our other points for the time being. And before the next match, we'll allocate those points and get ourselves some more active powers going. Because basically, what I was starting to get at there is, I think, given how we have the base human soldier, who I've been liking for the combat mastery dailies, don't really think we need this guy to be our specialist for that purpose. Instead, I think we will use him for stuns, and, you know, I don't have an exact plan for that, but I imagine we can figure it out. But again, one of those things where it's one thing when you're doing it on your own time and you're not in a lobby with people breathing down your neck who are all readying up. It's another thing when they are doing just that. I'm looking for the ghost. Is what I'm trying to find right now. It's the X5. I was like, is this alphabetical order or not? Because we definitely would have gone past G already. It's the X5 ghost. That's why I wasn't seeing it. Okay. Okay, then. Let's just throw some of this stuff on real quick. Usually I think stability is the one I take for the second option here. Okay. And we should throw something on here. It might end up being grenade capacity, it might be combat powers, but or at least when we have time to think it out. But realistically, it's probably going to be whichever one seems most reasonable at quick glance, because I'm feeling the pressure with a little beeping sound to ready up and get this one going. Barely play him anymore, but remember, liking him, easy to play, good for beginners. Like a human, I forgot what, or I didn't catch what the last part of that was, but gun damage, combat power damage, that seems reasonable. At least not totally unheard of. So, in the interest of actually readying up, why don't we do that? And maybe before the next match, we'll have a little bit more time to actually set things up the way we want to set things up. So, just to start for now, and this character is not exactly going to feel all that unique at the moment, because we do have level 1 versions of all of our active powers. I suppose there's at least that, but most of the points that we've spent are in fitness. So that's not really going to show itself, so that's all passives. So this is our first Batarian we've ever played in Andromeda, for what it's worth. First Batarian we've really seen in Andromeda, because they don't exist in the campaign. But I do like them a lot in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. Am I going crazy, or does it feel like we're a little slightly faster than usual? In Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, Batarians are faster than base humans. They also can't dodge in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer. We definitely can, though, so that's good to see. Dodge, I feel faster, but maybe I'm just making that up. We have the concussive shot, we have the black cannon right there, and we have the snap freeze, which I don't think we've yet used a character that has that ability. This will be our first. So, excuse me, I'll be honest, I thought you were too far away to even hit me. So, we'll have to see what this snap freeze is all about. Perhaps now is a good time, if this enemy would stand still. I have no idea what kind of range it has. I've not read the description on it. But it is an ability in Mass Effect 3. So I played it there. And at least, at first glance, it does look quite similar. Oh, they're in here. Okay. What kind of range is it? Can we hit through that? No, we don't appear to be able to hit through that. So it might be range limited.
That hurt them. Be ready. Time to celebrate.
This guy's armor does seem really cool.
Enemies incoming.
From the back, it's a little bit strange with this whatever it is that's behind our head. But from the front, it looks pretty awesome. Okay, so that seems a good time to use the snap freeze, and it does have a little bit of an AoE. It has somewhat limited range. I also have terrible aim. Ow. Yep, I admittedly probably should have dodged out of that, anticipated that it was coming. And we are also admittedly almost as far away as we could possibly get from our teammate right now. Thank you. How should I feel about the way that our teammate looks almost exactly like the enemy that killed us? Both Turians? Lids, are you saying that all Turians are the same? Yes, I'm saying all Turians are exactly the same. That's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, so we can prime with the snap freeze, and then detonate with the concussive, but flat cannon does not detonate, which was at least at times the thing that I was pressing after doing the snap freeze. So if we are freezing, we should try to make a point of going concussive shot afterward. Oh, what? And ow! Ow! At least once we have them upgraded, our powers. This person might be back. This person will stop us, darn it. I think it's about to be the end of the wave, though, so I don't think we should have to wait long. Once we actually have our powers leveled up, you know, we get, like, I am not necessarily using them immediately as soon as I can, which we can still do that now. You know, there's nothing stopping us, even as a low-level character with low-level skills. We can still use our skills once they're off cooldown, but my point is, once they are stronger and have quicker cooldowns and all those types of things, then it should be the case that we can stun a lot of people with the snap freeze and with the maybe even concussive shot, but I was thinking more flat cannon. That concussive shot at least staggers. Yeah, I guess we have 3 abilities that can stun / stagger. It might be the case that some of those abilities can stun certain types of enemies and others cannot, so it might take a little bit of experimentation there to figure that out, or perhaps we can, I guess I don't know if anyone else who is more experienced with this character is to inform us, then that could also help out as well, but obviously we're very early stages still at this point. I think this guy will become pretty tanky. I obviously didn't really have time to see how much starting HP he has relative to some of the other characters, but at least in Mass Effect 3, the Batarian is pretty tanky. Batarians, in general, are fairly tanky, he says, as he's potentially about to die.
One device down.
Siphon! 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 Ow! Ow!
Teammate injured.
Lids, you know you have yeah, I mean, I do have heals. This is true. I mean, it's an objective wave, so I probably should be using them. Uh-oh. They're getting stunned. Okay. I mean, to be honest, I'd rather use heals than use revives anyway. So, okay, but also, this is becoming a little bit tricky. Okay, well, we were able to stun the enemies enough to maybe help a little. Okay, I am jellier just because otherwise, again, we run some risks. Probably should not be running.
Nearly through.
Where's this last one? Okay, I'm trying to jump over the Audi, not straight into the Audi. Also, not trying to get stuck on that either. Oh, he's there. Teammate is there. Okay, let's get stunned by the Audi instead of our teammate, and that way we can finish it. Okay.
Squad member down.
Hold on! Once again, if I could jump over the things that I'm trying to jump over instead of into them, then we'd be great. That was close. That was actually extremely close. So, despite looking like that snap freeze is a instantaneous ability, it does technically, at least I believe, because this is the case in Mass Effect 3, and it does seem very similar to the way it works in Mass Effect 3, it is actually a duration ability. Very short duration, but for that reason, technically speaking, you should try to snap freeze and sort of go, rather than just stare in one place like this, you should actually move from side to side as you do it, and that way you can potentially get multiple people in the snap freeze AoE, even if it's a relatively short duration. Oh, we need to check the melee, because in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, Batarians have a unique melee that is a lot of fun. And that is it. Okay, cool. It's slower in Mass Effect 3, actually, but it's very strong. Slow, hard-hitting melee. But I'm curious. It does seem faster in Andromeda, and I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure I was asking this question a week or so ago, but I'm not sure we ever were able to find out as to whether, does Andromeda have different base damage values for different characters' melees? Like, is there a difference between the base damage of a Krogan melee, the base damage of a human melee, so on and so forth? Like, obviously, some characters may have better passives to scale the melee, but I'm just talking even before you factor in any of that scaling. Are there some melees that are just inherently higher damage than others? Because they do, in many cases, have different animations. So it may be that... It may be... Okay, never mind the fact that I was in the process of snap freezing you as you did that, because I knew that you were there. That's a little frustrating. What was I saying? Different melee animations, so I don't know if it's... The way that it works is, you know, almost as if the slower animations have higher damage to sort of make up for that. Because I'm pretty sure there are different speeds, or at least there are certainly melees that feel like they're different speeds. Or there's some that are just inherently stronger than others, like the Human Guardian we were playing last week apparently can heal from the melee, and we did that a little bit, I think, on stream, although in between streams I was leveling up that character. As always, didn't spend any skill points from the levels we gained in between streams on him, but did level him up, and in doing those matches, wow, that's very fast audio. In doing those matches, did do a little bit more experimentation with that melee, and it's pretty significant, in fact, or at least on some occasions, the amount of health you can leech from that melee from the Human Guardian is pretty significant. So that was a good example, it would seem, of a character that very much does have a melee that functions differently than others. So is that kind of just a one-off type of thing? I would love it if you would. Yes, thank you. I saw them get over there. The enemy was in their annihilation AoE. And I was thinking, surely they're about to blow this guy up before he stomps us. Immediately, right? Immediately they're going to blow this guy up so that we don't run into any issues. I'm surprised we survived that. I'm a little frustrated that we were not able to get into cover before the missiles came in the first place, because once again I knew that they were coming. And the game was a little uncooperative. But we survived nonetheless, which I would not have thought would. Maybe that speaks to just how survivable this character is. But yeah, so is the Human Guardian melee sort of a one-off exception where, for some reason, that one does behave differently? It does have the leech, but other melees are all functionally the same, at least when it comes to the damage. But as I said, it does at least feel like some of the melee animations are faster or slower than others. Like the melee for the Human Guardian did seem a little bit on the slower side, so perhaps that was kind of the logic of it, is that the leech makes up for that. But if that is the case, then does that also mean that there are does that also mean that there are other slower melees, or just other melees in general, that have different behaviors, different components to them, whether that be higher damage or something more unique than just that? Because if so, then I would think this guy would be one of those characters. And again, maybe would have made more sense if the Batarian melee was a little bit slower, as it is in Mass Effect 3, but been still. Is that ours? It was ours. Another one is the one that is right here. The one that... Oh, okay, this is the other person, one of the other people that we were with before. Okay, in that, that flat match. And was the person that the other guy who we were with from the beginning had said was gonna rejoin pretty soon. Okay, there we go. So I don't know, maybe the other guys are taking this opportunity to play some characters that they don't usually play as well. Ow. So yeah, in terms of plans with this guy, since we might need to be quick once we are back in the lobby at the end of this match, I think our plan is probably to throw points into, I guess maybe, oof. I mean, I'll be honest, Snap Freeze and Flat Cannon, I remember that this guy had. Because, as I was saying before, some people had told me, oh, this guy's great for stuns. And so when they said that, I thought to myself, okay, well, I can see that with Flat Cannon and Snap Freeze, how that would be the case. But then I kind of just completely forgot that Concussive Shot can also do some stunning things. So that was kind of not something that I was thinking in the back of my mind that we would be focusing on. But I mean, that also implies that I've planned out the direction we're going to go in this character a lot more than I already have. Because I really have not, beyond the whole, hey, maybe we should go the stunning route. Just that I kind of assumed that that meant, all right, well, most of the decisions are made for us in that case. We have 3 abilities. 2 of those abilities are for stuns, one of them isn't, so we just skip the one that doesn't give us stuns, except that core assumption was wrong, because Snap Freeze can give us stuns. Or rather, not Snap Freeze. That can, yes, but what I was questioning about before, or not really realizing / remembering before, was the Concussive Shot. Concussive Shot. So I think that was the one that I was assuming we would not take. Nope. Not much time left here. I think I was assuming that it was going to be Concussive Shot that we skip. So, does that mean that it's... Oh, hello. What are you doing? What are you doing there? Is maybe the better question. This enemy might kill us at the very last second. That would be unfortunate. But, yeah, so not as straightforward a plan as I had thought. Do we still... I mean, Snap Freeze we're definitely going to do. It's just that one, I've never seen a character yet that has it. I haven't looked at the way that the skill works in Andromeda. So if it comes down to having to just quickly throw points and ability before this next match starts up, then that's a little bit harder. I mean, I guess for the first few levels, you don't actually have to make any decisions. It's only once you reach, what, like rank 4 that the skill starts to break off into 2 different sections. Oh, we also didn't put on any XP boosters, which could have potentially been worthwhile. Okay, which we might want to do here. At least put a little one on. Okay, but let's quickly at least throw some points in to Snap Freeze. Okay, so Flash Freeze, unprotected enemies. Yeah, so only works with the actual freezing component when enemies do not have shields. I did notice that. And weaken armored enemies with a quick wave of cryo damage. Affected enemies are primed for combo detonation. Saw that, but again, only primed if they are shieldless and armorless, I suppose, as well. Which is interesting, because that would suggest that this is something that cannot stun bosses, because assuming that the bosses have armor. So that means our other ability, whichever one we choose to prioritize, should be good for stunning enemies that do have armor. Area damage, damage radius? Oh, damage versus radius, I guess, and I'm not sure at this stage which one we realistically want, so I'm a little bit reluctant to go that route. I'm also not sure. We might not want to do much of anything for passive, because I mean, we have 3 good powers, and as I was saying, I thought that we were only going to take 2, and that there was going to be an obvious 3rd one to skip, but that is not really the case anymore. I assume we should still get all the defensive stuff. Yeah, now they're ready. Let's do this. And we're basically just delaying the difficult decision-making as long as possible, so we can jump into this next one. We did throw on at least a little XP booster, so hopefully getting a few more levels, that means that we can get up to a high enough level that we could potentially throw this guy into some gold matches. And again, like these guys, as we were saying before, we played a plat match with them. They're definitely capable of going to higher levels, even if we are still, what, like level 5 or so once we get there. This is what we got. 2 levels from the previous match, but that was without an XP booster. This time we put on a bronze XP booster, which is what, 50% extra damage? Something like that? Okay, I'll be honest, I'm not... Well, we didn't deal any damage to that enemy, seemingly. I don't know if that's because that enemy was out of range, or if that was because our teammate killed that enemy before we were able to hit them. And that is something we should bear in mind, because we did have that option for area damage versus area AoE on the snap freeze. And I would think, at least in Mass Effect 3, which again I'm probably going to use for a lot of comparisons just because I have a lot more experience with snap freeze in Mass Effect 3 than I do in Andromeda, I can tell you that much. Usually you would prioritize the, well, I don't remember if there's that specific trade-off that you have to consider at any level for Mass Effect 3 snap freeze between radius and damage.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Usually, for at least non-AoE skills, you would take damage 9 times out of 10.
Enemies headed your way.
But for some abilities, I'm thinking of things like Flamer, you actually would want to take range, because you already have a lot of damage on that ability, and the range is going to be the way that you actually make sure that you have enemies to hit with it, because otherwise it's a little bit limited. And that's kind of a similar feeling to what I'm having here and now with the snap freeze. It's just that it's not the easiest thing to be in range for. Not to say that it's impossible either, certainly not, but you know, we've already seen a few times where we would have liked to have been able to hit enemies that were just a little bit further away, seemingly a little bit out of reach, although we still don't have a great sense for exactly how far the range is. I don't remember if it gave us a number on the skill page. It might have, but in that case just didn't have enough time to see what it said. Like, for some reason, my instinct is to flat cannon after snap freezing, which is an instinct that I'm going to have to override. That's generally not the combo we're looking for. Yeah, so for Flamer at least, you would go range rather than damage, because you already have a lot of damage, and the range is quite limited if you don't boost the range. And I forget, the phrasing on the snap freeze, I don't think it said range, I think it said AoE, which is a little bit tricky, so I think that is actually the way that it phrases it for Flamer and Andromeda as well, where it's, you know, does that actually mean reach, or does that mean radius? Because those are technically 2 different things, and our interest in it probably varies depending on which one it actually is. You're a fake agent. I know this to be true. You're the real agent. I know that to be true. I've been too slow to attack that fake agent, or the real agent. At that occasion,
Almost done.
just brought cooldown. Just didn't have a choice. Oh, that's not good. Stun them repeatedly, so that they can't kill us. I suppose we should start getting in the habit of doing that more.
All enemy devices are now offline.
when I start getting the hang of it and, you know, actually using our abilities as soon as they're off cooldown, which, admittedly, again, I can be doing a lot more than I already am, so that's not necessarily reliant on us getting higher level stuff, but once we're doing that more consistently, should be able to oftentimes prevent enemies from hitting us altogether, and that can be our primary form of defense. On top of potentially the extra health we have on this guy, I mean, at the very least, we prioritize fitness above all else, so we do have a lot of health from that. To what extent the flat cannon kind of sort of go through walls? I think the answer is not really. There's a good example of, well, me missing, first of all, I guess. But, you know, that seemed like I was wildly off target, but apparently it was. What I was going to say is the aspect of snap freeze where you can, kind of ask for that. Where you can, when you move it from side to side as you're using it, it is possible to actually hit a pretty large area. It's admittedly, it's not difficult to do that at all on keyboard and mouse, because you can just sort of throw your mouse to the side as quickly as possible and get some pretty big AoE from that, at least in Mass Effect 3. I am still playing on controller for Andromeda, though, and one of the first things I noticed about Snap Freeze is that it is a lot more difficult on controller to quote-unquote throw your cursor off to the side, or throw your analog stick off to the side, because that previous one right there was me trying to do it as quickly as possible, and you could probably tell that it was not very dramatic. It was very slow. It was very slow. Slower than even this one we don't have an enemy to aim at, seemingly. So that is, well, it is actually legitimately a pretty significant factor when it comes to figuring out what direction we want to go in for that. Like, that is, once again, I think it's in part the auto aim, like built-in aim assist or whatever it is that's trying to have me lock on to the enemy, as I am trying to do exactly the opposite of that. I do not want the snap freeze to just be focusing straight in on the enemy, because I'm trying to hit as many other enemies simultaneously as possible, which now becomes difficult in that circumstance. Okay, so it for what it's worth, okay, we are about to die. But for what it's worth, the other thing is we were saying that the snap freeze can only prime unshielded enemies, and we suspected that that also meant that we would be on it. That guy might get stunned out of stopping us? Yes, okay. Gracias to our teammates. We weren't 100% sure if it would prime the enemies that were armored, and it definitely does. So that's good, because we had thought that we would need some other way. I mean, I guess we were questioning whether it would stun the enemies that had armor, and we said probably not. And by extension, we assumed that also meant that it wouldn't prime them. But those things are not entirely aligned, I suppose. Apparently, we prime, but we do not stun armored enemies. That was possibly our best one yet, the snap freeze, when it comes to maximizing the number of enemies we hit with it. Guy's dead. So yeah, if it's a radius, then normally I would say you don't really need that all that much on snap freeze, because I'm not gonna lie, I thought that our teammate was a berserker. But if it's radius on the snap freeze upgrade, then I'd say that might not be worth it, because as long as you're good at doing, oh, that was not what I meant to do. As long as you're good at getting hit by these snipers, while you're trying to demonstrate the effects of snap freeze, if you're good at doing that, which that was, you know, still not great, but if you are good at doing that, which at least on keyboard mouse is a lot easier, then you probably wouldn't really need the radius. The range would, under more circumstances, be the thing that I'd be more interested in picking up, so you can... And that's more so something that is actually going to allow you to hit more enemies. Oh, it's Leopard Shark. That's another person that I played a bunch of matches with. In fact, that was... actually, two of these people are people that we had done a brief N7 day challenge match with. If you didn't check that out, definitely give that a peek on YouTube. That one we did not stream because that was sort of a just midweek, not quite improv, but one-off quick match that was time gated, so we had to upload that quickly. But yeah, I feel like normally you might say the reach would be better, because realistically that's, under most circumstances, going to be the thing that actually... Okay, well, don't do that to our teammate. The reach is more likely to increase the number of enemies that we can hit the snap freeze. At least if we were on keyboard mouse. So, do we optimize for keyboard mouse, or do we optimize for controller? Because there honestly might be a difference. Since it is easier to do the snap freeze maximization with keyboard mouse. Is that the thing that will ultimately, actually, finally get me to switch? I don't know.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
That one was decent. It seems like what I'm doing now that has made it a little bit better is that I'm not just moving the aim feature, you know, the place where I'm looking. Okay, well that's not something I wanted to see. I'm also trying to walk to the side as I do our snap freeze sweep. And that seems to be making them a little bit better, a little bit more consistently. Yeah, that is helping. And that one we technically might have gotten stunned a little bit out at the very end of it, so might have been better still. If that were not the case, so we might still be able to make this work on controller with the snap freeze. Might not be quite as bad as I feared it might be. And obviously, in some cases, you can maybe just say, I'm just gonna go for the one enemy who happens to be directly in front of me, and that'll do.
Teammate injured.
Let's try to test the range a little bit more. Yeah, I mean that... I don't think that was ever really in question from that range. So, it might be around the extent to which we can hit enemies. Sort of... That was weird. Sort of the limit of our range. Know that I was, believe it or not, trying to hit the enemy who was primed. So yeah, but then the alternative, so we don't exactly know how to interpret the AoE increase of some variety on snap freeze, and then there's the alternative is damage. You just take the pure damage. So the reason why you usually you would take that, but you know the other thing is, you know, obviously you're hitting more enemies with the AoE one, but if you're mostly just using it for priming and the base damage is not your main concern, or also I think it has a debuff, which we didn't look that closely at, but if the debuff is one of the main reasons why you're using it more so than the base damage is, then that could potentially be a reason to go AoE as well, just so that you can potentially prime and debuff more enemies in one go. So let's try to take a closer look at that. So the phrasing is reach. Reach and radius are kind of two different things. Reach implies that the, well, I guess if you consider yourself center of the circle, then I guess by that definition, radius and reach are kind of the same thing. Okay, fair enough. Okay, I guess it is reach. Cool silver apex, I don't know what it is, but hand to hand, sure. We'll test out the melee. I was about to type into Twitch chat. No, they are not in Twitch chat right now. That's... If only it worked that way, right? Oh, except then they leave? And now I'm the host? What is... Okay. That was strange. That was a little bit strange. I mean, we are done with the daily... Both dailies now, I think, from that one? Oh, no. Technically, we... Oh, it was outlaw points. True. Okay. I mean, shouldn't be that difficult to potentially just randomly jump into it every once in a while in an outlaw match. Okay. So, let me throw on the XP booster. So they're about to be ready to go here. At least get a small XP booster on. Granted, this one is worth a little bit more now that we're on an Apex mission. So now we at least have established what the AoE increase is. It's not. I thought it was like the width of the fan was the thing that I wasn't sure about, or if it was the reach of the fan. It's definitely the reach. So is it that, or is it damage? I don't know. We're gonna jump in though, because they're ready to go, and this one is the Apex mission for Silver, which has a damage buff for melee. So granted, it's not the most accurate representation of how good our melee damage is going to be, but if we wanted to just test out what does it feel like from speed and other, you know, are there other interesting components to it standpoint, I feel like, oh, okay, that at least explains why they just randomly left. All right, I'm just gonna say GG's to them. No worries, GG's. Okay. I feel like I heard somewhere that one of the, potentially multiple of the melees, but at least one of the melees can detonate combos. That was not us who detonated that, but it raises some questions, especially when we have someone who is running around with Annihilation and will be doing a lot of priming. Let's just test this, because this is a good opportunity to do just that. It's not sure we're gonna be quick enough to test this. Okay. Whoa! Wow, the range was further than I would have thought, and yes, that did detonate. I did not realize, or I did not see our teammate near us at the time. Guess I did see the enemy glowing, but so our melee can prime, or rather can detonate. I don't know if that's wait. Looks like that might be happening for our teammate as well, who's an Asari, who does have a biotic looking melee. But I've used an Asari many times before. There it is. It's unquestionably we can detonate with melee. Now I'm just wondering, have I technically been able to detonate with melee with Asari characters all along and I never realized this before? Oh, that's okay. That's not. That's the, I forget what the name of that Asari is, but that is not one of the ones that we used. That is the ultra rare one, who is kind of melee oriented. We might end up speccing for melee, but we haven't gotten there yet. So we can, for example. Interesting. Prime with the freeze. And then detonate with our melee. Okay, that did that. The AoE little strange on the, I suppose we can detonate with that as well, but little strange on the melee because we're hitting further than the animation suggests we're able to hit, which on one hand is kind of nice. It means we, well, hit more people. Like that doesn't look like it's in range. Okay, and it isn't. Like, is this in range? It doesn't look like it should have been. I guess maybe at the very end we're kind of lunging forward even more than I would have expected. Maybe that's why. Like that clearly is in range. That clearly is in range. But the weird thing is just that, you know, it takes some getting used to because it feels like, oh, I can hit more enemies than I would expect to be able to hit.
All clear for now.
Maybe it's just that I didn't see the sort of last little component of the lunge where our character does step forward a little bit more than I had expected.
Enemies triangulating our nearest outpost. Find their sensor arrays.
Maybe that's it. That's the only reason. That, okay. That we obviously did not get. Let's just ship it. The second. Okay, well. Maybe we got a little bit carried away. Might have gotten a little bit carried away. Yeah, just the confirmation that we can detonate with melee is very interesting. Oh, and come to think of it, assuming that that character that our teammate here is playing, the one that has Annihilation, the Krogan, assuming that their melee also detonates it, that is very interesting. Because that means with just Annihilation, you can prime and then use your melee, which does not require investing in any specific skill points. Although presumably you want to spec into this would be a great opportunity to do this if I had not already used the
Devices are now offline.
concussive shot. It'd be a great time to explode that on all of them, but I did that in the wrong order. The other thing is, snap freeze goes through walls and cover. In Mass Effect 3, that is definitely not the case here. But yeah, if that Krogan can prime with Annihilation, doesn't need to invest in any other powers to get the detonation, then that is very efficient for combos. And again, obviously, presumably you would want to. You would still have reason to invest in melee from a passive standpoint, but... so I guess in terms of number of points spent to make the combo happen, maybe it's still similar. But in terms of number of active abilities to do combo-y stuff, it's different. That was not exactly a very effective way to hit them. Second time, a lot more so. But I mean, I suppose you can make the case that that's also true for just about any other character who can prime, is if any and everyone can detonate with melees. Which I guess I don't know if it's definitively if that's true, but at least seemingly all the characters here can. So maybe that's just misrepresentative of the overall percentage. But if everyone can detonate with their melee, then suddenly that opens up combo potential that I had not previously considered to be possible. Our like ground pound also detonate, or is that technically considered something different? That damage obviously didn't kill on the ground pound. We do have a melee that is supposed to give us a lot of extra damage. So I feel like at one point in time I was doing one of these melee damage Apex missions, and it seemed as though you might have gotten the damage buff on the quote-unquote normal melee, but not on the ground pound, because I was able to one-shot enemies with the normal melee and was not able to one-shot with the ground pound, which made me wonder, okay, does that mean technically the ground pound is not I mean, surely it is melee from the standpoint of like counting for melee medals and all that stuff. Here's how we should do this. And that was an extra detonation that we otherwise would not have been able to do if not for melee. This is not a good place to be, though. That was not the right way to do that. Well, it was fortunate that we still managed to hit that guy, but I did not deserve to do it, because it was just a blind snap freeze that I intended to be a different ability to stun them. And I pressed the wrong button for that, and it turned into a blind snap freeze on nobody. But we got bailed out. It's over, I have the high ground, Eddie. You underestimated my power. Okay, so like that, for example. We did not one-shot that guy who we ground pounded. We have one-shot every basic chosen enemy that we've done a normal punch against, as evidenced here. Why is that? Does the ground pound just have less damage? Is it because ground-bound has an AoE and most normal AoEs don't, or that they do, but it's much smaller, so that's a way of balancing out the ground-pound? Even then, I would question... I would still think that if the base damage is a little bit lower, I would have still thought that we'd have enough, in that Apex mission at least,
Target down.
to one-shot enemies with
We've got a read on another priority target.
Sotro is another person who we've done a lot of matches with in between streams, and someone who has played a fair bit with more or less this specific contingent. You may not be expecting to find us in the Silver Apex, though.
Scratch one target.
I mean, we should probably, like, we probably shouldn't melee this fiend, but I want to melee this fiend in the name of science. I'm not sure who primed for fire, but that was cool. Haha! So, in general, I probably would not recommend doing that, but we did manage to do it nonetheless.
3 more to go.
Oh, did Sotaro... Oh, he is in here. Okay. Might have, accidentally happened across our lobby. Oh, well, talk about accidentally doing some
All
stuff.
clear for now. Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
So yeah, that is... We got some questions answered, but several other questions raised. We know that we can detonate with melee, which is cool. Although, is that specific to only a subset of characters, and it just so happens that just about everyone, if not everyone, in this group happens to be able to do that? In which case, strange coincidence? But also, there's an Asari character here who's doing it. Can all Asari characters do it? Because if so, then apparently I was missing out on... I mean, Huntress is still, to this day, the character that I play the most. I did not know that the Huntress could do that. So I would have liked to have known that earlier. Gotta love it when you have 3 good powers, but for that reason, you're indecisive about which one you want to use, especially because they serve similar purposes. So you walk up to an enemy, and you start by pressing one power button, and you're like, well, I don't know if that was the button that I really wanted to press, so you press the other button for power, and in doing so, you press them close enough together that the game considers that you press them both simultaneously, and gives you the power that comes from pressing both buttons simultaneously. So, basically, I tried to use every single power on that other end. It turned into Snap Freeze, but it technically started as a concussive shot that I also, almost immediately after, thought to myself, but is that what I wanted? And that's what turned into Snap Freeze.
Mission complete. Full team secure. Good work.
Globsosiris? Thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. That's a cool name. We are doing some Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer stuffs. We are in the very early stages, trying out a new character. This is my first day playing this Batarian Scrapper. And admittedly, we just kind of... Oh, thanks. When you say last YouTube video, do you mean the one that I quite literally just uploaded like moments before I went live? The one about, yes, the one about the Gwent's voting stuff. Usually I would like to upload a video and not start a stream almost immediately afterwards so that I can see if people have things to say about the video more quickly. But that is not really the case this time around, because I'll be doing this for a while now. But thank you for saying that. For what it's worth, the reason why that was the only Gwent video that I've released in a week is because it quite literally took me the entire week to make that video. My goodness, did that video take a long time to make. It was insane. I thought I was going to finish that many days ago, and then it started to become clear that no, it was I bit off a lot, perhaps a little bit more than I could chew, and it got to the point where I was getting concerned, especially since I posted it right before starting this stream. I was saying to myself, you know, if I can't get this done before I start streaming today, I'm only going to be able to release it, you know, basically an entire day later. And at that point, you know, it's for this thing that is kind of time gated. And at that point, all this time and effort's going to go into it. And is anyone going to have time to act upon the thing that I'm trying to tell them to act upon? Possibly not. So I'm glad that at least some people are going to see it in time. Right. It was that question of how much detail do we go into about the sort of basic premises upon which we are trying to make those decisions. Because I felt like, you know, I could talk about, and for what it's worth, I'm talking to, or for people who are Mass Effect people who are like, Lids, what the heck are you talking about? Also, people are asking if we can bump up the difficulty, which I suppose we can do. In fact, maybe, let me just see what the gold apex is. But, assault rifle skirmish? Sure, we'll throw this on. Basically, Gwent, which is, for those of you who don't know, the other game that we play a lot of, at least on YouTube. Basically, they've changed it over so that instead of doing balance updates from the developers, instead the game is sort of shutting down. The developers are getting less involved, and they've created a system for the players to balance the cards. It's the Witcher card game, for those who didn't know. And so basically, every month there are going to be new cards that we can vote for to change, or we can vote on any card. But so it's a lot of power put in the players' hands, a whole lot of power put in the players' hands, and a ridiculous number of options that the players have to choose between. So basically, there's incentive to try to coordinate with other players so that you can get the cards you want to have, receive more votes, and therefore get those cards changed. But the problem was, sure, I can tell people, hey, these are the cards I'm going to vote for, and why. But there's so much sort of context and rationale for why I was coming up with those decisions that it felt like it was very difficult to just offhandedly say, oh yeah, no, these are, like, obviously this is the thing that you should do, without trying to create more of a foundation, a common understanding to build upon with other people. Because then you can point back to those things and say, okay, you see how, you know, I'm saying that we should change this card because this issue that I raised before is relevant in this circumstance. And maybe, when I was first discussing that issue, you thought, well, Lids, you're stating the obvious. And to a certain extent, that is true. But sometimes, when you have to apply things that are seemingly obvious to real-life circumstances, it's not as obvious anymore. There we go. That is my tangent on the video that I've probably spent, what, like, oh gosh, probably 50 hours making that video this past week. That might actually be an understatement. Whole lot of time. It's probably up there. One of, if not, I don't know if it's the most time-consuming video that I've ever made, but it's way up there. Let me just see if other people are saying they wanted to do specific stuffs. Flat gold. Okay. Let me just say, yeah. Still new to this character, so trying to level a bit before doing plat. Other person who said hi mid-mission last time. Haha, what's up? The wonderful messaging people in a totally different app that requires that I tab out of the game and tab out of streaming software just to communicate with them for the game that we are playing right now. I have spent a week. Wait, hold on. I need to catch up to that. 1 second. First message in that chain. Created a simple Google Sheet tool to check if card balance or not, and it's not easy. Oh yes, yeah, and that's a good idea. Making like an Excel sheet for keeping track of. So I guess I don't know to what I assume based on that you are somewhat familiar with Excel. Oh, I don't use it quite as much as I probably should use it. In theory, I use what the heck? In theory, I use it a fair bit for work. So now you have me thinking, like, oh yes, that is a great idea. Here are all the things that I would do in that circumstance. Here are the functions I would. Yeah, okay, no, I haven't maybe necessarily got to all the specific functions I would use, but I don't know that you need super crazy functions specifically, but just organizationally, what would you be looking to keep track of if you were to create a spreadsheet for that type of thing? Basically, you know, try to get all the cards in the first place, and that's already like 700 cards or something like that.
Enemies headed your way.
Clear out.
Yeah, that's always, and you know, that's also, to be fair, like, to be honest with you, that's another reason why when I made the video that came out earlier today, that's another reason why I gave the, potentially gonna die. Another reason why I gave the additional context and additional, like, background for the rationale was because basically the whole point is to be able to say, okay, so we all agree about these things that are fairly obvious, but now that we've established that, if you disagree with the conclusions that I came to, you can then point back and say, all right, so which one of these things do you disagree with? I made this decision because of these things that I highlighted here. Is there a reason why those things don't apply to the extent that I thought they apply? You know, I thought that, you know, I chose this because even though I really like this card, and I had a lot of success with it,
Get them uploaded before we lose the connection.
I recognize that this card should probably get nerfed because I got a bunch of easy wins with it. And rather than try to favor the cards that have helped me along the way, if we're trying to make a system, if we're trying to make decisions that are in the best interest of a large group of people, then I should make decisions that are based on what is best for a large group of people, not just decisions based on what is best for me, myself, and I. So you can point back and say, well, is the reason why you're saying this because you actually think that's the best decision for the community as a whole, or is it just because this is the way that you've been farming easy wins?
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Oh yeah, then also there's just the nature of Reddit.
All clear for now.
I know Reddit has its uses. There are some ways in which Reddit can be very helpful. I'm not a big fan of Reddit. I do not have a Reddit account or anything like that. On the rarest of occasions, I've popped on Reddit, or at least when Reddit has like showed up at, more realistically, when Reddit has showed up as one of the first Google results, and is the only place where I can get the obscure information that I'm looking for, is to basically get some random person somewhere on the internet who has run into a similar problem to the thing that I'm trying to troubleshoot. That's pretty much the only time when I will be on Reddit. And in almost any other circumstance, I am not a big fan of Reddit. So, yes. The nature of Reddit is such that I could very much see people complaining,
Teammate injured.
because that's kind of what Reddit does. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like and I made sure that I addressed that in the video today, was like, yes, you absolutely can make decisions based on balancing around the best players, the pro-ranked players. However, you have to acknowledge the fact that the highest ranked players are a very small percentage of the overall player base. So if you're going to make decisions based on what they want, then that potentially means that you're going to ostracize. If you can ostracize the majority, you might ostracize the majority. And that's dangerous. It's just because they are, quote unquote, the best players, which, I mean, yes, I suppose you probably have to say that. I do think it's, you know, with an asterisk at times, but that doesn't necessarily mean they know best, or that the thing that they want is best in all circumstances. Because they are not the majority, and they may have different opinions from the majority. So those groups may be at odds with each other at times. And so it is not just a given that every decision should be made on behalf of that small subset of people.
We're tracking reinforcements.
Because then what happens is you have an elitist group who is trying to, well, I mean, maybe that's me throwing in some subjectivity and some of my own bias against pro-ranked players to a certain extent there, but, I mean, it is the highest ranked players trying to make decisions on behalf of a much larger group of people because they think they know best, because, yes, sure, they have a resume of sorts that is,
Taking a flat line.
that is more, you know, they have something that says that they are a better player, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they speak on behalf of every other player.
Hang in there, Apex.
That, and, you know, just the ways that high-ranked players play is different than the way that lower-ranked players play. Not just from the standpoint of, well, duh, the higher-ranked players are better, but
All enemy devices
going a little bit deeper than that, like the higher-ranked players, as I kind of alluded to, / to a certain extent just outright stated, are not exactly the most creative. And by that I mean, they kind of copy-paste decks from a small number of people and are not exactly experimental. So
3 more to go.
it's not necessarily
Good. Stay
going to,
Mission accomplished.
you know, there are like so many cards in Gwent that just never see the light of day because they are not quote unquote meta, and they're not close to being meta. And so do you just completely ignore all those cards for all of eternity? Because if you exclusively listen to the pro rank players, then that's probably what's gonna happen. Or something very close to that. And that, maybe that's okay, but that may not be the optimal solution. you know, that's debatable. Maybe it's better to try to get some cards that are very rarely used to become more relevant, even if it takes a little bit longer for them to get there. Maybe even if initially they still aren't good enough to be played at the highest levels, maybe they can still be relevant for people who are at lower levels. Like all these things. It's just a lot more complicated than a lot of people like to assume that it is. And there are a lot more valid perspectives than a lot of people like to assume that there are. So that was kind of the approach that I tried to take, is say, all right, slow down, guys. Hold on just a second. Let's think before we jump to conclusions here. Because there are a lot of ways we could go about doing this. And some of the ways that you may not have necessarily considered might be better than you're giving them credit for. Okay, let me hopefully not die, and he says as he dies, but at least teammates are gonna be here. Yeah, like that's the other reason why I said like pro rank better with an asterisk, because like honestly, to me, as someone who does not play a lot of ranked mode, because I actually play primarily the seasonal modes, which do not increase or decrease your ranks at all. I mean, pro rank is basically people who just copy paste the same deck, and ones that can give you very easy wins against many opponents because they're using cards that are not well balanced. And, you know, anyone can do that, or almost anyone can do that to reasonable effect. I've seen people who make terrible misplays who still win with horrible decks, or rather, terrible misplays who still win with incredible decks because their decks are just so overpowered. And so look at that and say, you know, it's kind of hard to take you seriously when you say that you're a better player than everyone else if you're just getting carried by a deck like that. But alas, all that is a digression. That's all Gwent stuff, and I'm sorry for you Mass Effect people who were like, what are you talking about? But as I was just saying, I spent probably more than 40 hours this week on that video, and I just posted it before starting the stream, so it is very much still at the top of my mind. But how's it going, Odie? We are starting the Batarian Scrapper for the first time today, and admittedly, we threw ourselves straight into a lobby, and for that reason, have not had a lot of time to actually slow down and pay close attention to what we want to do with this character. So for that reason, we played it safe, and while other people had readied up and were waiting for us, we just threw a bunch of points into fitness and said, that's probably a pretty safe bet. We're probably going to want that no matter what. And then for the other abilities, we started to throw in points where we didn't have to make up our minds yet, but now that we have the skill tree branching out, we probably do need to start making up our minds. And Odie, I know you were saying you use this guy a lot as a combat mastery farming character. That's not really the direction I want to go with this guy, I don't think, because I mean, he might technically be better at doing that than the base human soldier is, but I'm fine doing that with the base human soldier because I like playing the base human soldier. So I was thinking I was going to use this guy as more so a dedicated stun character, which granted, there's a lot of overlap there. But other than that, don't have a lot of established opinions as to how I want to go with this guy. Me? Am I from the UK? Play Plat, Apex, we have a good team. All right, let's go for it. Yeah, no, I'm from the US. I'm absolutely I'm surprised that you thought I'm from the UK. I'm from the US, yeah. on, let me see what Odie is saying. Indeed, wait. Oh, wait. Odie, doesn't it say you can use any weapon? It says you can use any weapon, doesn't it? Hold on. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. I mean, we were looking pretty closely at it, I thought. I mean, maybe we misread it, but I was pretty sure that it said you could use any weapon. Let me... Hold on. Some of the people that we did, in fact, every person in this lobby, this is exactly the group that we did that challenge with. So, hold on 1 second. Person, let's just say Otis, person who designed that challenge. The N7 day challenge is asking me about some details, some question as to whether we might actually need to redo it. Let me double check. Okay, let me pull that back up for a second. I was under the impression that we were allowed to take siphon weapons. I thought we checked this and I thought we were allowed. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, this is the challenge. MEA. I saw rules for everyone in the squad. Use N7 weapons. Weapons with N7 in their name. There's nothing here that says you can't take siphon weapons. Different human characters, we did that. N7 weapons, we did that. Full extraction on Platinum Apex, we did that. Play submit videos, we did that. Optional, I didn't do that, but there's nothing that says you have to take the no siphon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. General rules? Uh-oh. Where are those? Is there a blanket statement somewhere that says absolutely no siphon weapons no matter what? I will admit this is the first N7S challenge I've done for Andromeda. So is it just basically, if it doesn't ever say anything about siphon weapons, the assumption is that you can never take siphon weapons? Because I just read this, didn't see anything that mentioned siphon weapons, and assumed that meant that we were allowed to take siphon weapons. There's a red button in the title that says general rules. On Discord or on this? This N7S website page. I'm not seeing this. Red button that says general. Oh, here. Okay, that's mods that affect game, not mods as in weapon mods. Activities. Siphon. MEA. All siphon weapons usage is not allowed unless stated otherwise. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, Odie. I think that needs to be more transparent. I get it. At the same time, having read over the assignment, the requirements numerous times, I feel like that needs to be more clear. I get it. It's here. But having it on a totally different page and not at least referencing that page doesn't feel great. So we might be able to do it right now, but you know, if we didn't like quite literally had the conversation with the people like, oh, okay, are we allowed to take siphon weapons? Oh, there's nothing here that says we can't take siphon weapons. I guess we can take siphon weapons. So to have had that conversation after having read this word for word and after having double checked this and still not seeing it here, still doesn't feel great. Again, I get it, but I feel like there should be at least a mention somewhere of something that, like, does it at least say, hold on. Like if it at least said general rules apply. Then even that. Okay. Let's try to redo it. Apparently we weren't allowed to take siphon weapons. I mean, is it so much to ask for there to be one bullet that says general Mass Effect Andromeda challenge rules apply? I feel like that's not unreasonable. All right. Let me see if I can message the other people to let them know. Okay, so you know the N7-day challenge that we did a few days ago, question mark. Turns out we weren't supposed to use any siphon weapons, so we technically need to need is a strong word. Would need to redo it. Does that still work for you? Question mark. Here's the challenge. Just siphon is disallowed. Let me double check that before I send that. Yes. Okay, let me, hoping I can copy paste the message I sent to this person. I cannot copy. All right, we're rewriting that message to send to another person. Yeah, I mean, it's just, like, we had 4 people read this challenge page, and not a single person knew that that was a requirement, despite all of us having read it. So I feel like that's a pretty good indication that something should point toward that that is actually a requirement. Okay. Also, the fact that I have to manually type in this message on the EA app is annoying, which admittedly is making me frustrated. But I wish I could just copy paste this. Okay, so remember, I'm just going to try to recreate this message. So remember the N7-day challenge that we did a few days ago. Turns out that we were not supposed to use any siphon weapons for that. So technically, we would need to redo it. Does that work for you? Question mark. This is the challenge page. This would be a lot easier if all these people were in Discord right now and I could just verbally say this to them rather than manually typing it for each person individually. Yeah, like, I mean, we quite literally had, I don't think I was recording it at the time, but before we started the recording, we did have Leopard Shark was in Discord, and we looked at the challenge and said to each other, okay, are we allowed to take siphon weapons? Nothing says we can't take siphon weapons. I guess we can take siphon weapons. Like, we quite literally had that conversation just before doing it, so it's just a little frustrating, especially for that reason. It's like, well, we thought we were abiding by the rules for that reason, and it seems like we took reasonable precautions. Okay, so I assume we might even just go with the same exact characters that we. Oh, don't do that. Definitely don't do that. Same character that we did last time for it. In fact, I think Leopard Shark was male infiltrator. I think Sotaro was the guardian. Let me see. I mean, either way, it seems like these people are fine with doing it again. Yeah. They're saying that it was a generally universal rule in all MEA challenges that siphon weapons are disallowed. I was saying that the challenge page itself did neither said that nor referenced to the page that says that's a universal rule. No worries. We can try again. Let's see, so since I'm working on updates right now, I'll add your squad as a placeholder, then can also make general rules more obvious. That'd be great. Yeah, because I mean, it just seems like, you know, we won't be the only group for that to happen to. I would imagine, like, maybe it's just that it's my first time doing an Andromeda challenge, and nobody else on the group was a part of N7S before, so they didn't know either. But okay, let me. Okay, let's see. They'll get on Discord. Okay. All right, so N7, yeah, I didn't have any N7 siphon weapons anyway, so wasn't relevant for me, but I think some other people had done it. So not that I'm blaming them. You know, I did not tell them that it was against the rules because I did not realize it was against the rules. But I think I was going. What did I take last time? I know I took. Can't remember if it was power capacity, if it was combat power amp. I think it was combat power amp. Then I took, was it weakened? This time it's weakened assault team. Last time it was hyper shields. But I did not realize hyper shields is generally considered one of the more difficult ones. That was news to me, but apparently that is the case. This time it's just us being weaker. So I put on Cyclonics last time, and I suppose I'll put on Cyclonics this time as well, just to keep us alive a little bit more reliably. Wait, it's the same map as well as what we did earlier in the week. I don't remember if it was Ket as well that time, but oh no, it's all my fault. Okay, I think let me check the squad. Let me check the squad. So, human. All of them are different. N7 weapons across the board. Siphon is disallowed, but bulwark and concussive are okay. So this looks eligible. This looks fine. Also, the other person might be waiting in Discord. Let me get them in. See, they might be wondering why they can't get in. I'm in the stream chat. You will need to hop into the waiting room and I can drag you in from there. Okay. There we go. Here you are. Move you here. Alright. How's it going? So yeah, sorry about that. Apparently it turns out that we needed to use siphon weapons. Or rather can't use siphon weapons. Exactly the opposite of what I just said, in fact. We are not allowed to use siphon weapons. So it looks like, just double check, I think... Yes, it appears as though everything is fine with our current setup. All human characters, no repeats, only N7 weapons, no siphon weapons, flat apex. So I think we are good to go here. Might message other people, just letting them know. Okay, our current setup is eligible. Just to confirm. Just to confirm. Okay.
Are we ready to go?
I think we're ready to go now. We'll just do a final check here. There we are.
All right. All good.
Different human characters, N7 weapons, accidentally voting to kick a teammate, no siphon weapons this time round, and it is the Plat Apex. Yeah, we definitely, it was our intention all along to break all the rules. No, the funny thing is, this is actually like almost exactly the same setup as what we had for our match earlier. So it was definitely derelict last time, and it was hyper shields, which is kind of similar, I guess, to Weekend Assault Team. We did have a really nasty upload when we tried this a little while ago, where we just barely completed it with about 3 seconds to spare. So I'm kind of hoping that won't happen this time, but we shall see. Also, I should be doing grenade stuff. I'm a grenade character. I mean, yes, I also have turbocharge, but also I'm a grenade character. Also, it would help if I could hit any enemies. Oh, that's a fake agent. Okay. I'll be honest, I don't actually know if the fake agents can damage you. I've never stopped to test that. I know they don't count for any points, but I've never actually verified as to whether they can damage you. Oh my god, my aim is atrocious. The other thing is that I felt like I felt like I did a half decent job when we did our previous attempt at this earlier this week. I feel like I'm definitely not going to live up to that this time.
Stay sharp.
Oh well, I may have jinxed this.
We're picking up classified data on the Scourge.
Okay,
Upload it before they
so
lock us in.
I'm gonna do what I did last time. I'm gonna hold this corner because it's far away from all the objectives.
Yeah, this one, it should be all right. I think the upload sometimes can be a little easier. If you can grab a point.
I could
that's
probably
all right.
jump down to take A.
You don't feel like you have to, but it's okay to do that.
Yeah, I mean if we need to get people away from the objectives, okay, well there are both spots down here.
Yeah, just and then later on it might be all right to distract instead, but right now we're looking okay.
Okay.
I got this hard powered up in the middle.
Okay, nice. And this is actually, I guess it might even be a good thing to have the two together down here, because it just means we have more people to help each other out. Oh, hold on. Oh,
Yep,
that's
yep.
down.
Squad member down.
Oh, I can come get you, Lids.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Right. Also, does mean that we have a bunch of people who are right next door.
I'm reading a flat line.
Now, this is what concerns me.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get him out of there.
Yeah, is this
Too
point.
many enemies.
Yeah, we're just attracting absolutely everyone here. Okay, so I'm gonna run. I'm gonna get out of there. Oh my god, wow. That's like, I mean, to be fair, like that's, first of all, that's just indefensible, that terrible name. I would like to attempt to defend myself though by saying I completely turned my brain off and paid no attention whatsoever to whether I was actually hitting the enemy or not, which is probably very apparent from the results of that. Like, oh, hold on a second. No, that is not hitting them, is it?
Teammate injured. Squad member down.
Now here's a question. Is it technically best if I don't kill enemies, if I just kite them so that they aren't respawning?
That would be great. If you could just kite them, that would be better than killing.
Okay. I will stop killing.
I'm gonna kill this Wraith because he's in the way.
Should I be trying to poke enemies, get them out of there?
That would be excellent.
Okay, let's see here.
It's working. Whatever you're doing, it's working
Okay,
well.
well, I've stopped killing them.
That's excellent. They're not swarming me anymore.
Nope.
Teammate injured.
I've also killed
If you
myself.
can hold on a second, I'm almost done.
Whoa, except the enemy that killed me is now coming to get you. No!
That's okay. Nope, he ran right through. He ran
Okay.
right through. All right, I'm coming. Stay alive. There we go. All right, good job, guys.
Alright. One objective down. Hopefully, okay, well, no, I'm not gonna finish that statement, because I was about to jinx us even more. So I'm just not gonna say that. The thing that I was going to say, no longer, I never said it. It does not exist. It has never been said.
The Guardian has a weapon, a melee weapon that would be nice right now for health restoration.
Ooh, okay, I might be about to get stomped. Whoa,
Nope, I
never mind.
got you. I'm coming.
With the power of teamwork, anything is possible. Including blowing yourself up. and possibly killing teammates in the process. Oh no, I thought I killed someone with that.
No.
Hold on.
It's a little spicy over here. Oh, wait, oh, well, now I'm just finding every possible way to blow myself up. So apparently, if you throw a frag grenade into the Ascendant's shields, it not only doesn't hit them, it will bounce back at you and hit you.
It might.
I have now learned, at least on that occasion, that is
then-
seemingly was the case.
In the kill feed, it'll say, Lid's Vids was taken out by Lid's Vids.
Well, that would be accurate. Alright. I have arguably been more of a hindrance than help to the team thus far, but we'll see if I can get my action. Oh my god. As I'm saying that, I almost jumped off the map twice in a row.
We're all shaken up about the, the infraction.
Deep sigh. Deep breath. Okay. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Just gotta play a little defensively, I think.
That is, defense is not in my vocabulary.
Then go with your vocabulary. We'll be alright. We got this. We got this.
Teammate injured.
Fortunately, frag grenade cannot damage teammates. Because otherwise, I probably would have killed all of you on that occasion.
We would forgive you. It was not on purpose. In that hypothetical, scary situation.
I'm reading a flatline. Teammate injured.
On the way.
Oh, okay. I do have
I'm reading
somebody
a flatline.
here, but oh dear. Okay. Thank you.
Squad member down.
Can you grab me really quick?
Oh, well, oh wait, I
It's
healed
alright.
through it. I healed through it.
Okay. I'm gonna go invisible, so run away.
Okay. Oh goodness, that was close.
It's getting a little spicy.
Tiny sliver of HP. Please leave me alone, observer. Oh, that's a grenade. Okay, never mind. Is there an enemy flanking me? No.
Teammate injured.
Oh, that's a grenade as well.
Squad member down.
I'm definitely not spamming my grenades nearly as much as I should be. I think that is coming back to bite me. Thank you.
We need some crowd control here.
Yep.
We are out of control.
Rather than crowd controlling myself.
Flatline.
Ah. Well, I guess you're part of the crowd. That's part of the job.
Well, you put it that way.
No shame in that.
Three more to go.
Little bit of frag grenade practice in here. Remind myself how to properly cook the grenades. Back in the right mindset. And devices, well, okay, I am right next to them.
We need to take out their uplink devices.
The enemies are also right next to me, but that's okay.
Enemy tech shut down.
I am also capable of running to this one.
Nice, nice.
Probably the most meaningful contribution I've made this entire match thus far.
Oh, no! Stop talking down to yourself. You've been very helpful.
Oh,
I got this one,
okay.
and there's just one more.
Almost done.
I think it's downstairs. Yep, I got it.
Okay, nice.
All enemy devices are now
Who's behind
offline. Squad member down.
Lost shield.
I'm reading a flatline.
Oh dear. Thank you. We've done a fantastic job of dying simultaneously. Oh, where is she? Oh dear. Oh dear.
I'm reading a flat line.
Thank you.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Alright. Back to the frag grenades.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up. Enemies headed your way.
Don't worry, Lids. Don't talk down yourself. Just be yourself. Well, the thing is, being myself means getting myself killed a lot.
Hey, I'm a medic. I'm good. I don't mind. That's my duty.
Uh-oh.
I don't have the firepower as you do, so you got your grenades, you got your guns. That's your job. I'll res you when you need it.
Well, speaking of which...
I'm on the way.
Oh no!
Alright, I got you both. No problem. Whoops, I fell back down. Come on, get up. Alright, there we go.
Everything is fine. Don't worry about it.
Everything is fine. This is fine. We're on round 5 already. Doing great.
Oh, this was not the right person for a frag grenade.
Lost my shield.
Mistakes were made. Oh, I'm gonna get immediately stomped. Okay, I'm gonna jail here.
Oh, good call. I saw him do that. That's what they're for. Good
Not
job.
in much better shape now. Okay.
Squad member
what?
down.
Oh. That enemy exists. Thank you.
The saboteurs, they're the ones that we gotta take out now.
Reading a flat line.
That's how we get to the end of this round. Kill the
Oh
saboteurs.
dear. Well,
I'm reading a flat line.
the Hydra also says hello. Thank you.
No problem.
Hydra down. You say saboteurs are top priority? Oh, well, there's another Blaze Hydra. Not realize you were there.
Otherwise it just respawns. The Blaze Hydra will just respawn.
Wait, does it? Wait, hold on. Okay, so admittedly, I kind of just assumed that the way that Andromeda waves work is exactly the same way that Mass Effect 3 waves work. Do you actually mean that the only way this wave stops is once we kill saboteurs?
No, okay, good question. No, that's not true. It's like they are the ones that, like, you want to take them out, though, because they will actually count for, they'll help to decrease the enemy count, right?
Yeah.
The Blaze Hydra and the Behemoth, if there's a Behemoth, and the Progenitor, those are the boss enemies. They respawn until there's only, like, 3 or 4 left.
But do they still count as depleting the wave?
No,
they
do
don't
not.
count?
No, they do not.
What?
And so you are needlessly, if you kill them early, you're needlessly just killing a bunch of them.
I had
right?
no
Like,
idea.
Well, I'm glad you know now.
I mean, in general, I assumed that it was not a bad idea to try to kill them later
Sometimes.
so they don't respawn, but I didn't think that it
Yeah.
just outright did nothing if you killed
It
them
just
early.
respawn. It does an immediate respawn, and it does not progress the round really.
Wow.
I know, it's kind of annoying, but
Also, thank you for reviving me when I admittedly was not even looking at the screen. When I was too busy
Problem.
being mind
Hey,
blown to be looking at the
my
screen.
job. Well, hey, I mean, yeah, that's something I didn't learn until way after I started too. So don't feel bad about it. Yeah, the Behemoth it's a habit to break though, for sure.
so
Otherwise, you'll doing a lot of work needlessly.
Behemoth, Hydras. Wait, Blaze Hydra or any Hydra? Just
Blaze Hydra.
Okay.
Hydras also can respawn. Mostly that's in round 3 for Platinum. And if it's an outlaw enemy, it's like the special ones, the ones that have their name in color will respawn.
So
pretty
it's
quickly.
basically only the enemies that show up as the the final.
Yeah,
only the enemies that show up
leave
as the final target.
bosses. Yeah, the
Okay.
boss enemies. They're the ones that you need to leave, maybe.
Okay, I
The
see.
little guys are the ones we want to take out on.
So
level
like
5 especially.
Ascendants, for example, Ascendants and Hydra, they're big, but they're technically
Yeah, you can take
not.
those guys
Okay.
out. Ascendants, you can take those out whenever you see them because
Okay.
they deserve it, man.
Okay, so this behemoth I'm gonna ignore. Okay, we're learning. We're learning a lot, in fact.
Well, actually, right now
Oh,
you
well,
can
now-
just
now
take
it's the last
everybody
two,
out.
so
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can-
yeah,
yeah, okay.
Yep, you can take them out now.
Yep. Sense.
And one thing to do is take out the Hydra's eye so it doesn't target, and then leave it
Yes.
alone.
Oh, and then you. Okay. Okay.
And
I see
Progenitor,
what you
take
mean.
out its turrets and then leave it alone.
And then you leave it. Okay. Yeah. See, I totally would have. I would have done that and then just assumed that. All right. Well, next logical thing is destroy this enemy.
I know, that's the logic, right? I totally understand that. But yeah, until someone pointed this out to me, I didn't know either.
Okay. That's gonna take some brain power to.
Yes,
To
it
rewire
takes
that.
adjustment. it's a habit. But
Like
you can,
for
yeah,
example,
take some getting used
first
to.
enemy I start attacking, behemoth.
Well, the behemoth is up in everybody's face all the time, so it's hard to avoid that one.
Yeah.
But just running away and kite him around, and it'll go a little faster that way. Hey, we have a boss objective. That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, when it comes up as the last enemy, yeah, take that one out right away.
Yeah.
Reading a flat line. Target eliminated. Squad member down.
Ow.
Squad member down.
See if I failed the event just so I could get Leopard into Discord. Leopard Shark was in here for the previous challenge.
I'm reading a flat line.
We were doing some scheming because specifically I remember no, never mind. I'm not going to talk about what happened for our Wave 6 objective in the previous attempt. I'm not going to bring that up right now, even though that might be a
Reading a flat line.
relevant topic of conversation at the moment. I am going to read the room here, see what's happening in the match. Okay, now I'm going to bring up what
There
happened.
we go.
Now I will bring up what
There
happened.
we
in
go.
Wave 6.
That was a little close.
Last time we had an upload. It was on this spot right here. We had enemies that just would not go away from it, and with 10 seconds left, we finally chased out the last few enemies, and Leopard Shark and I
we totally nuked him.
we nuked our way through, and we were both staring at each other like, I don't know, man. Is this gonna be enough? I don't know.
It was really close. It was really close.
It was
4 seconds, I think.
It was a little nerve-wracking.
Berserkers are to blame for that one.
Yes. I think it even had a sharpshooter was hanging out there a bit as well. But yeah, Berserkers, they're a pain. Right, so the objectives are done. But we do still need full extraction, which admittedly, I did not remind people of this before we started.
I think they know. They know.
Okay, I'm hoping that they remember this.
They definitely do. They will be extracting for sure. We got this. Just kind of gonna be a little safe this time.
Time to
Yeah.
go. Get to the extraction site.
We don't want to have any destroyers. I guess there's not really any destroyers in this Outlaws. Or no, is it Ket? It's Ket. Sometimes the Progenitor likes to hang out in the LZ right when we gotta get out.
Oh, that moment when you accidentally start cooking the frag grenade when you're staring straight at a wall. You're like, I have a very limited amount of time to throw this. This is not where I wanted to initiate it. Oh, Ascendant that I hear right next to me is the answer. Okay, I'm on tiny sliver of HP for what it's worth.
Squad member down.
Oh, that's also Hydra. I feel like we might want to get out of this corner. I feel like this corner is getting a little spicy. Granted, it is the furthest corner from the LZ, so I get it, but at the same time...
It'll make the LZ a little easier if we hang out sort of back here.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
head
I'm
downstairs.
gonna follow you guys. I'm following you guys. There's too much
Still-
action up there.
Far enough away from LZ.
Flatline.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're in good shape. Just don't get grabbed by an Ascendant. Whatever you do, it'll be permanent.
Okay, I'll be honest. That's another thing that I don't fully understand when it is permanent and when it is not.
It's a random. It's like a 10-20% chance. I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm not certain, but
10-ish seconds.
Yep, let's get there. But in round 7 of a platinum, I think it's 100%. It takes you out. All right.
That's how Apex gets
Yeah,
it done.
there it
Come
is.
on, home.
Ammo's dry.
Okay, I remembered at the last second to charge up the frag grenade. Wasn't quite as cooked as it was last time. Last
That
time I
was
did a
epic
better
last
job.
time. It was epic last time. Nice job.
GG.
GG.
All right. So that time we definitely did. Well, I guess we got the full extraction, but just for confirmation's sake. Let's see. Yes. 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 Okay, so there we go. We got it that time. So, certainly now we have finished that challenge. Just wait. Just wait till we find some other thing that we messed up on it. No! That time it worked. That time it was fine. Alright. Okay, so we are done with that challenge. I guess I'll just message the other people. Nice. GG. That one should count. Okay, great. So, at least for me, I was trying to level up the Batarian Scrapper because I was just starting with him for the first time. He is still, at the moment, quite a low level 9. So I'm not exactly sure that I'm in a place to be playing him on plat right now. I mean, I could try, but I might be quite the liability in that case. Oh, and Sojiro says yes, head out.
Oh, we got your back. You can play the Scrapper. We could help you. If you want to do like on Firebase 0 maybe for the daily.
Catch you later. Okay. Let me switch us over to that then. Let's see. It's 0? Did you say?
Yep.
0? Okay. Is there a particular enemy that we would like
Oh, it's
to...
Outlaws. I'm done with it, but if you might need it, and Falco might need it.
I think I finished it. I can't remember if I needed the tiniest little bit of additional points, but let me double check.
Because Outlaws are pretty tough if we don't need them. But that would be.
I am done with it. I
Nice.
don't know if Falco is.
You can do a random. I bet I'll ask him.
Okay. Okay. Odie's gonna make up some kind of mistake we made on that, so we have to redo it again. No, Odie. It was eligible. That one counts. That one definitely counts. Okay. Also, let me actually allocate my skill points on this character, because admittedly, I had not allocated all my points because other people were readying up, and I felt like I couldn't keep people waiting. So let me spend those points now. And admittedly, I don't have a great sense between concussive shot, snap freeze, and flat cannon. Which skill is the odd skill out? Because those all seem quite good. Snap freeze, I think, is definitely safe. But flat cannon and concussive shot, I'm not sure which one.
Flat cannon is I guess I like flat cannon. I guess yeah, they're both good, but I think the stunning ability of on the flat cannon is really nice.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking I would do with this guy, is basically make him a dedicated stun character. But concussive shot,
it's great, but the soldier can do that. The soldier can do concussive shot.
And I am a fan of the soldier.
Yeah. Concussive, you can make it so it's like, if you get it all the way, you can make it into power cells. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, and that is what I do with it. Yeah, and that's basically my soldier setup. So I guess it'll be snap, freeze, flat cannon in this case then. I think I'm gonna well, should probably put a few more points into flat cannon. Just so I'm not all in on snap freeze, but damage, radius, duration? Frozen for a longer period of time. Okay, unarmored, armored enemies now receive increased damage. Oh, that's definitely what you want to take, I assume.
Which one is that? I'm sorry.
So, admittedly, I've not made up my mind for rank 4 yet between area damage versus damage radius, but I'm assuming rank 5, you definitely want to take the debuff.
Yes, for a higher level, higher difficulty for sure. The debuff is always good.
Yeah. And 6 is, whoa, huge armor debuff versus reduced damage output for 15 seconds. I assume that's also, I mean, 65% armor defense debuff sounds incredible.
Pretty sweet. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah,
I would do that.
That sounds like you can't turn that down. So I would assume then you go radius so that you can debuff more enemies more easily, because damage is
That's
maybe
what I would do.
Yeah, not the primary thing you're trying to get from this.
Right. It won't do much damage even if it's got an enhanced.
What is it?
Right. It's like the debuff is what you want for the weapons to be taking it out.
Yeah. Base damage is 250. Okay. All right. And that. Okay. So I guess my other question then is, do I just drop concussive shot altogether so that I can max out passives?
I always leave one at 1. And then I max the others. I would leave either concussive shot or I think for the scrapper I left snap freeze at 1.
Really? Snap freeze?
It might have, so that might have been a mistake. I haven't respected him for some time. I think if you're describing some of the benefits of it, sounds pretty good. I think I might have made a mistake on that one. So don't listen to me about it.
I mean, this is also my first snap freeze character, so just by that angle,
snap freeze is pretty good.
It's
pretty good.
All right, I think I might just drop concussive or leave concussive shot level 1.
I think that's a good idea. Give it a try.
Okay. All right, I've actually spent my skill points, so I'm actually capable of doing at least some things, which is perhaps more than I could say before. Also, if we are thinking we're gonna do flat, even though I'm only level 9, I might take the cheat code and still take the paw, even if I'm a little bit morally opposed to it.
That's fair. Although we can do gold or something too if you want to. We don't have to. We could do plat if you like, but we don't have to.
I mean,
I think we can, but yeah, definitely kind of be a little tricky with an unfamiliar character.
Yeah, I might realistically
there we go.
be.
Well,
oh, did we get a 4th?
We did.
We did.
Yeah.
We might. Oh, and they ready up. I mean, they're definitely new, and
they're level 1.
I like helping new people.
Me too.
I feel like if we were on plat, we could power level this person. It'd be awesome. On the other hand, I feel like I was kind of already being the person who was being carried, and now
it's a challenge.
Yeah,
it's a challenge. It's a challenge. Let's go.
All right, we're gonna do it. We're going for it.
So
all right.
Why not?
All right.
So.
I'm gonna be especially greedy and throw on an experience booster, but that's a bad idea. I'm
concerned about this person. They don't have any equipment or boosters.
Okay. that is definitely concerning in that case.
Well, and I can't really. I don't know if they have voice on the in the game. I turned that off for myself, so we'll see. If we are, yeah, okay, all right. Well, why not?
All right. I also don't really know what the best booster to take on this guy is, and since I'm a level 9 character in flat, I think I'm just going to take Cyclonic, even though that's probably not the best choice. It's a safer choice at the very least. Okay. I think I am good. Here goes nothing. Okay. Did we end up getting Ket?
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
Alright, so to the extent possible, I think I'm probably going to hang out back in the corner over here. Oh, hello, the enemies have already spawned in, I see. I have this.
Teammate injured.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Is that all from the stuff? I mean, the good thing about the paw, having the paw, is that even as a lower level character, I can contribute in that way. Ow.
Reading a flat line. Reading a flat line.
Just barely. Oh, and thank you. I kind of needed that. I appreciated that.
No problem. It looked dangerous.
You might have saved my butt there.
Glad to hear.
Wrong skill.
Three more to go.
So I've not really tested out
Reinforcements.
how this feels now that we have the extra radius on the snap freeze. Little range constrained before. Uh-oh, hack. Okay, so I'm assuming I should go in the far. Granted, it's right in the middle, but.
Find and recover that data.
Where is it? Okay, yeah, I got it.
Oh no,
No
is the
problem.
level 1 person is hanging out in there as well? Heck.
Well, we'll let them get it then. How about that?
Yeah.
They might have to run away, then I'll grab it. The hacks are hard when there's a bunch of too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Got a saboteur in there now.
Gee.
Teammate injured.
I should have stayed behind cover there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. They avoided being picked up by an ascendant. So that's a
That
thing.
is good.
They
Very good.
died when they tried to revive me. And I would have felt bad. Their
Oh, you
good
would've
deed
gotten right
almost
back.
went punished. Right, so
Now,
theoretically...
the tuner vision is an infiltrator. If they want to come in, they could. If
Oh,
they
that's true, yeah. Whoa, I jumped off the map. Like a silly Billy. But theoretically speaking, once again, if possible, it would actually be best to kite but not kill the enemies, right?
Yes, that will. If you kill them, they will respawn until the task is over.
Right. And chances are they're not going to respawn directly on us where we're killing them. And so
Right,
they
will
may very
respawn
well
close to the
respawn
hack.
close to you.
Exactly. Yes, you
Squad
get it.
member down.
I mean, if you have to kill them, you can certainly, but
Just
If you can avoid it, that's
impossible.
good.
Yeah.
Just irritate them a little bit. Get them nice and
Exactly.
irritated.
Pester them. Well, I mean, I do have stuns. That is kind of my thing, I suppose.
That is very irritating, especially when there's a berserker doing it. Alright.
Yeah, let me know if you need me to go over there.
I think we're
and give some of
okay.
the-
I think we're okay. Falco just ran through and attracted some Destins out there. I think we're alright.
Oh dear. Seconds away from getting me up.
Okay,
Okay,
stop shooting.
HL.
Stop shooting.
Owie. Let's check here for a second.
Data received. Loud and clear.
All right. Very nice. Well done.
Good.
I also have the
Squad member
bug where I think after you cloaked me, possibly at that very early time, at least on my screen, I am permanently invisible.
Yep, I know that bug. I will help you fix it.
Squad member
Yeah,
just gotta cloak you.
may not be the case anymore now that you've cloaked me again.
There you go. I got it now.
Yes, I now
Squad member down.
have the appropriate amount of visibility.
Yeah, I hate that. It's a really annoying bug.
Oh dear! And there's that ascendant as
That
well.
was close. Oh, did they get you?
No, I dodged out of it at the last second. They just had the
Oh,
nasty
good,
little
good,
surprise. I'm here.
Okay, good. I didn't see you for a second. I was worried about you.
Oh, great. Great that I accidentally stunned. Our level 1 friend very nearly met the same fate.
Well, I just saved her from the ascendant a second ago. Let's hope that they know to
It's
get
not
away.
leaving us alone.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Teammate injured.
Last sentence, just say.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Okay.
Enemies headed your way.
Watch for the assistant.
Hit from here. Oh wow, okay. Okay. Yes, the extra range is significant.
I'm reading a flat line.
Come to get them. I think they may have strategically taken position in the corner there. That may not be a coincidence.
Teammate injured.
Oh, look at that. They're giving us some revives. They're learning quickly.
Good.
They'll be a pro in no time.
Oh yeah, I like lifting up some
I mean,
starting
it can
players. It's fun.
It can make such a huge difference as well when you're such a low level and you don't have a lot of gear to get a flat mission done. Give you a bunch
It's
of levels.
awesome.
So many credits.
Yeah, maybe we should have done the Apex mission.
Oh, yeah.
But we just did that. We just did that one though.
True.
I remember when I was that level, it was always so exciting to get to do a platinum.
Flatline.
Yeah, I suppose take it one step at a time. We're only wave 3. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves.
Fair enough.
But even just finishing the first objective, right, should give us some credits and what have you.
Oh yeah, every wave you get through, it gives you some credits.
Do you need the But a lot of it is based on the finishing the objectives, though, right?
Yes. So after wave 2, it's even significantly more.
That was close.
Three left. Go get him. That hurt them. Be ready.
Okay, retrieval's nice.
Objects of interest detected in
Yeah, I
this
think
area.
retrieval might be the
Return to
easiest task of all. It's
know,
the
what
timer is not too intense.
Yeah, what would even compete with
Good question. Not devices, because the timer is so short.
it? Yeah.
That one can be
Artifact is secure.
nasty.
It definitely depends on the difficulty, because I feel like
Boss,
some
maybe?
of them scale. Yeah, like
But
boss
boss
on
is kind of
lower.
hard sometimes too. Yeah, on lower it's not too bad. But... Yeah, it's definitely the easiest platinum objective.
Oh, okay, I am right next to this. However, I am on a tiny sliver of HP. I'm gonna try it nonetheless, though. I'm just forewarning you. I'm probably going to die.
Try to cloak you. I'm gonna try to cloak you. Okay, there you are. Hold on, stay right there.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, oh dear. Wait, I can get them too.
Oh, okay. I'm probably
Maybe I'm getting greedy. I'm getting greedy here, though. Oh no. Okay, very good timing on that second cloak. I was gonna say I wanted it all. I should have been punished for it.
The Batarian infiltrator.
Teammate injured.
Oh no! And it's pretty, oh dear, pretty crowded.
All right,
Right
I'm gonna
around the
res
objective.
here.
Squad member down.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take it.
That is probably for the best.
Hopefully. It's
Oh, dear.
really nasty in here.
It's
Oh
everywhere.
my goodness. It's really crowded.
All right,
I think I got
running
it
to the
though.
far side. Do we still
There
have
we
the...
go.
Okay. For a second, I thought the pug, the level 1 friend had left.
Yeah, they're still here.
They're here. Don't worry.
They're hiding.
Yeah,
Probably-
I
probably
was looking for
smart
the,
to do
the
that.
wrong place.
I guess if you don't see them, they're doing a good job of it.
Exactly, right? Wow.
Flatline.
Doing a better job than I am right now.
Well, Scrapper's not gonna hide, man. Scrapper's gonna be out in the middle of it.
Thanks.
He doesn't mind getting knocked out sometimes.
Oh.
Squad member down.
More revives.
Squad member down.
Just gonna try stunning the wall on that.
3 more to go.
Here.
incoming.
Let's go.
Okay, so on this wave, say no to Blaze Hydra.
That's correct. No Blaze Hydra, and don't take out the Behemoth either.
Oh, true. Okay.
If you can help it. Sometimes it's hard to help it.
Yeah, the Blaze Hydra was right. Well, both of them are two enemies that are running straight at me naturally.
I'm gonna try to blind this guy. Let's see if we can get his eye. Because otherwise they're really annoying when they lock on.
I was waiting for another enemy to pop up so I could get more value of that detonation, and then they just never run.
He was waiting for you around the corner, probably for the same reason.
Yeah. Ew.
Teammate injured.
Thank you. Oh, there's the Blaze Hydra. Okay.
Yep, see, it respawns immediately if when it's gone.
Squad member down.
Don't worry about it. Oh.
Squad member down.
Oh, Blaze it. Yeah, I don't have a good sense for...
Squad member down.
Are the Blaze Hydras just completely useless once you've taken out the eye stuff? How
They just
accurate
cannot
are
lock
they?
on. Not accurate.
I think it's
Like they kind of shoot like all in different directions, and if you get hit by it, it'll hurt. But it's not like the same sort of intense, concentrated damage when it
Yeah.
does a lock on and takes you out.
Okay.
So then it's a good thing to leave them alive after you get their eye, because otherwise they respawn and they have their eye again.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now okay. It does have its eye. So maybe that was.
When it dies, yeah. And I don't know if everyone here is on the same page with that. Most people a lot of people don't know that. I don't think, and it's that's because the game doesn't really tell you.
Yeah. So what is the threshold for when you can start taking them out? Only once you have 3 enemies left, or?
That's the safest time to do it to make sure it doesn't respond. But I think you could also do it if there's like maybe 5 or 4. So it depends. I've seen both.
Mm-hmm. In theory, it's just when the enemies have stopped respawning, and so when there are 3 left, you know that is definitive. Whereas,
when you can see them through walls, if you like, when they have a red outline,
yeah.
that's the time that they definitely will not respawn. But before that as well, like very shortly before that, I think there might be a different cutoff.
Squad member down.
So if there's 4 in it, and then taking it out makes there be 3, that it won't respawn then.
Pretty close to that point now. I'm also, staring at all the enemies that I'm not supposed to kill.
They, you can kill most of them, just not the Blaze Hydra or the Behemoth. But they seem to be everywhere.
Okay, there are more enemies other than those guys than I was giving them credit for. Alright. No! Oh, the saddest concussive shot.
I'm reading a
The level 1 concussive.
Well, more like I have primed the enemy. I am waiting for concussive shot to come off cooldown so that I can detonate the enemy.
It's long.
They're down below me because I'm hanging out in that area, right where you are right now. I stare down at them straight below me, concussive shot, and miss. Like, oh no.
Well,
All that
concussive
build-up
shot,
for
it can be
nothing.
fickle. It can be fickle.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
I don't think the Behemoth respawned in respawned, and I accidentally took him out like a little bit ago. So I think the threshold might be something like 6 or 7.
All enemies clear.
So I'm not sure. It might be different. It might be kind of random. But definitely towards the end somewhere.
Yeah.
Find artifacts and return to the drop point.
Oh,
Mark
got
the first
a second
location on your
delivery.
HUD.
Nice.
Andros is looking after us today.
Oh dear! Wow, that's a lot of anointeds.
Teammate injured.
They are
Artifact
deadly.
recovered.
It's okay. Level 1 friend is a specialist when it comes to reviving us.
That's great. Hey, that's awesome.
I
That's
mean,
exactly what
honestly,
this is.
they've revived me numerous times at this point, and
That is
unironically,
excellent.
it has been very helpful.
So they seem to know what they're doing in a lot of ways.
I mean, at the very least, they're finding a way to make meaningful contributions, which is saying something
they
on
must have-
flat as a level 1
They must
character.
have played, but I'm guessing they probably have played on another platform, maybe. I mean, it seems like right. They are not just brand new to the game.
Yeah.
Because you're right. They've been really holding their own in this one.
Almost done. Artifact recovered.
Okay, it's over here. There's a fair bit over here.
All right, I'm gonna grab the last one.
Get the cover.
You finish this off.
Down.
Not like that.
Artifact recovery is complete. Nice job.
What?
Teammate injured.
What? Huh? That was me who died. I was able to move on the ground while I was dead, and then just got up. I don't think anyone somehow immediately revived me. It'd have to have been lightning fast if that were the case. Did I just perform necromancy on myself?
That's funny.
I'm very confused.
I'll have to watch that one back.
I don't understand what happened.
A disagreement probably between client and server, but you are the host, so that would not be a disagreement.
Who knows? I mean, at first I just started moving while I was on the ground. I was like, okay, well maybe the game just hasn't quite registered that I'm supposed to not be able to move just yet. But I kept on sliding on the ground, and then I just got up and walked it off. No consumables were used in the process.
Good. Stay sharp.
Oh, that was nice.
We're done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Oh, that's where it is. Hello. No, that's not the pressure. I'm surprised I'm alive.
Squad member down. I'm reading a flat line.
This cover confuses me. I never understand. It looks like it should shield you, but it...
It never does. It's always a death trap back here, in my experience. It does seem like it would be nice, though.
down again.
Over to one.
Thank you.
No problem. A lot of ascendants in that hall there.
Yeah.
They will take us out if they get us. I think I need to test that. Someone told me it's 100% chance of being immediately insta-killed in the last round of a platinum.
Oh, specifically this round.
Yes. In the round, well, yes. And other rounds by random chance. It's like I don't know what that chance is. I find it like 1 in 5 maybe, or 1 in 6.
Yeah, I don't understand how the math / probability on
I
that
cannot reach you, Tutor
works.
Vision. You're out of my range. Oh, I can't reach Tutor Vision.
I'm trying to get them. I don't know if it's gonna be fast enough.
Nice job.
Go!
Come on,
Go! Go! Run!
No.
We get it done. Whatever.
Almost.
No! Wait, they just
Almost.
missed.
Almost. They ran the wrong way.
No!
It was close. All right, hey, I'm gonna take a break. I'll see you later. Good
All right.
playing with you.
Yes, GG's.
GG's. Take care.
I'll probably be going for a little while longer. If you are hopping on later, then I might still catch you later.
Nice. I think I'll be back later anyway, so I'll see you then.
All right. Awesome.
Peace out.
Peace out. Okay, so that was, of course, Plat. For the first time with this character, at least. And we threw on, I forget what kind of XP booster. Might have been a gold one, but I think we went from 9 to 12. Our formerly level 1 teammate is now level 6, but I think we would probably need to bump this down to gold. If it's just the 3 of us, and at this point, one person we are putting a lot of the heavy lifting on, and it is not me, and I don't feel great about subjecting Falco to that, so I think we probably do drop down to gold here, and maybe try to take a second if we can upgrade this stuff. So I assume we want the stun here, but I don't remember what I had taken in the past for. I mean, area. Oh, it's damage, not AoE. That might be takeable then. Usually I do like the power cell capacity, although I did recently hear someone make the counter argument of, well, basically, if you're going to pick up the ammo from ammo boxes regularly, the only big difference that getting the maximum power cell capacity makes is that you start off with more, and if you use the packs to restore, then you get more. It also is convenient that, especially for objectives, you don't have to run around quite as much in case you need to lock down an area. So I don't know. Maybe that counter argument is not so strong, and there is still a strong case to be made for taking the capacity. That's also a difficult decision. It's only 8%, whereas this is 20, but weapon damage, base damage for weapons is usually higher, so I don't know, maybe we just take... I think we're still... The damage is mostly coming from the weapons. The powers are mostly for debuff and for stun. So I think we actually do prefer to go that route. Okay. Then... Not bad. Let's throw on maybe a slightly smaller XP booster at this point. And on gold, maybe we can get a little greedier and go the offensive route. maybe we don't need to have the paw anymore in this case. It will naturally help, of course, at least from a contribution standpoint. Am I crazy for thinking this guy's faster?
You know the drill. Hold this position.
Because as soon as we spawned in, my first impression was, wow, that's kind of quick.
That firefight back on Mika. Good time.
I would prefer to have done it on the nullifier, but that's also kind of confusing. What? You didn't get primed? But why not? So now that we're theoretically a little bit stronger than we were before, now that we're not playing on flat, it's a little more forgiving. Perhaps we can a little more experimental, doing stun stuffs, playing more aggressively with our stun capabilities. Ow. I don't really think this corner is giving me the cover that I'm looking for here. Oh dear. That time you got primed.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
I often forget that flat cannon is a power cell skill. We need to make a point of making somewhat regular trips over to the ammo boxes. Enemy build. Where are they? Oh.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Way to go.
Hostiles en route.
Clear this area.
Oh, there's a lot. I feel like Remnant is probably the worst matchup for this character, just because, at least if you're going the snap freeze route, because snap freeze doesn't really work when you have the shielded enemies. And there are a lot of shields for Remnant. I mean, Ket actually has a decent amount as well, but once the destroyers come out, we haven't really seen many of them yet on this character in any of the matches we've done thus far. So I haven't really had to think that one through yet as to how we're gonna approach that situation. I also feel like flat cannon, it's kind of hard to make that work on servers. I guess you can aim it straight at them. Aim it at the ground. Okay, maybe it's not so bad.
Keep your guard up. Intel shows key enemy personnel in that area. Don't let them leave.
Right away.
Target down. We've got a read on another priority target.
Oh dear. Where's this priority target? Over here.
Target down.
Now it should be a big bad progenitor, right? That's not it though. survived already. Let's not join them in the dead character world. Is the target coming to us? Because I have not really made a point of checking. Not really. I need to go seek it out. Hello.
Take that target down.
Excuse me. So, like, does snap freeze work at all when enemies are shielded? Like, obviously it doesn't prime, but does it still give the debuff?
Squad member down.
That was trapped. Also, I cannot get out of it. I'm trapped.
Teammate injured. Target down. Good work.
Ah! Speaking of being trapped. No, stay in the cover, please. Stay in the... Oh, well, I mean... That enemy will have something to say about that. Just give me a moment. We came to that discovery at the beginning of the day today that we can detonate with our melee. I've not made a conscious effort since that match to do that.
Enemies clear. Stay alert.
Way to go.
For the most part, it's not a huge problem because snap free, we don't have anything that is spammable for priming at the moment. Not unless we were to put on a priming ammo. So basically we're occasionally snap freezing and then occasionally concussive shotting. Those two things, assuming we're using them, we're initiating them at roughly the same time. They probably have relatively similar cooldowns. That was not good. So basically just use them together and they'll both come off cooldown at roughly the same time, use them together again. In which case you have your priming and detonating all paired up. I was trying to loop around. Get our other friend. Oh, that didn't work so well. Like here, for example, though. That actually did help. A lot. So, like, does that still debuff? You have shields up. So I know it doesn't prime. But if it's still debuffing, then that's still very valuable. So, was it worth it? Is it not worth it? Oh, hello. So, does that stun you? You stun immune because you have armor? I haven't been paying that close attention. Ow. On the armored enemy flat cannon side to see exactly how that works.
Squad member down.
Oh, we got a fourth. I recognize this person's name. I've definitely played some matches with them. I can't remember
3 more to go.
what the deal was with them. They're a relatively new player. Not like the level 1 character that we had previously, but... Or we're still in, but
Enemies incoming.
he's no longer level 1. Relatively new, in this case. So I see a bunch of enemies together are all cryoable. Okay, that's not good. Okay, can you there was an enemy there that I was sure we had primed. The other thing that I learned a little while ago was that detonating the cryo, at least in some cases, gets rid of the debuff that the cryo provides. I assume that's probably the case for Snap Freeze. I don't think that was the specific skill that was the topic of discussion when I had learned that, but I assume that is generally applicable to any cryo-based debuff.
I'm reading a flat line.
Oh dear. I will probably die here,
I'm reading a flat
but I
line.
got them. Got them before I went down, at least.
Thanks.
That's important.
Three left. Go get him.
Oh, I missed again.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going. Find artifacts and return to the drop point. Marking first location on your
All
HUD.
right. Well. This does sound like there's a lot of commotion over here. So, naturally, we'll run straight at it. Oh, yeah, no, this is where the commotion is coming from.
Artifact is secure. Squad member down.
Should be able to get that. Let's do that first to make this a little bit safer, although this is definitely not a very safe place. Find a happy place.
Squad member down.
That was not it. I can't help but notice that the teammate that we just revived happened to run the opposite direction after we soon thereafter went down ourselves. There we go. They got back. Don't worry about it. I never doubted them. Just pointing out a strange coincidence is all.
Artifact recovered.
Okay. Oh, I thought the enemies were in the other room. Not in this room. And that was a lose-lose situation. Stand still, get killed by nullifier. Move, get killed by destroyer. Or whatever else. Destroyer in this case. Oh, this is close. Okay.
Thanks. I'm reading a flat line.
This is, you know, it's kind of risky. It might be a little bit on the risky side. If you know what I'm saying, for what it's worth, I did press the heal button, but apparently I was a split second too slow.
Teammate injured.
Hello. I'm really hoping you can't get me from this angle. Okay.
Squad member down. Squad member down.
One moment.
Nearly through. Artifact recovered.
Actually, might be the safer time to go get you. Oh dear. I just wanted that to go over again. It did not. Please stay in the cover. Oh, okay, well, I mean, it is here. There's also, obviously, a destroyer over here, but we, I believe, just took out its second turret. So theoretically, if I could make it through the direction that I was trying to make it through, this might have been a safe
I'm reading a flat line.
way to make it to the objective. You know, we may not set any land speed records,
I'm reading a flat line.
but I still believe. I still believe in the power of our team. And we did, however, just destroy the destroyer, who we had kind of deliberately disabled, but
Objective complete.
that's okay. Oh, and here I was thinking that by hiding where these guys couldn't hit us, we were going to be
Three left.
safe.
Go get them. Appreciate it.
Like, we can't get that, can we?
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Oh no, that was a teammate who got the kill. I was going to say, I assume that was out of snap freeze range, but we have not done a lot to test what the exact limits of that
We're done here.
are.
Get yourself to the LZ.
Oh wow, they spawned right behind us. Yeah, so I guess that's another good use case for the melee detonation, is when we prime and detonate something with a snap freeze, but then that means we're waiting a long time to get that back. But a teammate, they do some priming, and we're just going, well, I mean, like to detonate that somehow. Melee can potentially be the answer. I'm not gonna lie, times like these where I see multiple enemies on the other side of these multiple skinny walls, and I think it'd be really nice if Snap Freeze could go through walls like it does in Mass Effect 3, because that'd be a lot safer. Alright, so here, for example, oh well, if you were still primed, that would have detonated.
I'm reading a flat line.
Uh-oh. This is not ideal. We need to get from here. In the not so distant future.
Teammate injured.
Come on, let's get the full this time. Famous last words, of course.
That's how Apex gets it done.
Okay, good.
Come on.
I was gonna say, did I just jinx it by saying that at the last second? Fortunately, I did not. Okay, so that was gold, not plat, and we put on a smaller XP booster, so not expecting to see quite as many levels this time round, but past the hardest part, of course, at the very beginning when you don't have a lot of skill points to work with. Okay, so it's flat cannon, it's munitions training. We should be able to do this now, if we wanted to. Reload speed, clip size, spare ammo. Melee hits briefly boost gun damage. I mean, it does seem like if you wanted to, you could turn this guy into an interesting melee character, but I'm not really sure that's the thing we're gonna emphasize here. So I feel like we probably do take this, and Although it's not pure damage, clip size does, certainly for something like the paw, help quite a bit. Reload speed at, you know, it's hard to say how much of a difference that truly makes. I think we might do that. Okay. Out of curiosity, this person who joined us at level 1 still was using Avenger Viper. I mean, I don't know if they've had the time to stop and cash in any of the credits that they've accumulated from doing a couple of higher difficulty matches. I don't think so, because that Apex rating has not moved much, and I think it would be very noticeable if they were to do that. But they probably have gotten a fair bit of credits from this stuff, and that could make quite a big difference. Because again, it's just early levels for a new character, and getting just some new weapons as a very new player. Let's go, throw on more XP boosting. What if we did, assault rifle lamp last time, I think? Maybe we could go for the targeting this time, and if we stick on 0, we'd probably get more random pugs popping in, because there may still be other people trying to complete their dailies. On the other hand, we've done it almost exclusively thus far today, so selfishly, I might switch it back to random, and admittedly, Falco might have been thinking about taking the adept because of that map, since it is quite good for that arena, but then I changed it as soon as that happened. No, they left! Maybe they're just looking to cash in those serious credits. Then they're gonna come back and they're gonna have like a level 10 paw. Siphon, of course. Alright, so just a duo this time, which obviously means this could be a little bit tougher. Although Sandstorm's a really good map. If it is just going to be the two of us, and we are, of course, getting a little bit stronger every time. Getting a little more used to playing this character. More cats, okay.
You know the drill. Hold this position, clear out enemy forces. Let's do it.
Out of my way!
If you guys could just kind of all group together here. Preferably more than just that guy. Owie. So yeah, an enemy like that I think is probably going to be pretty hard to detonate with melee when they're flying way up in the air. That will probably have to be concussive shot that does it. That. Ooh, careful. Careful. Yeah, there's one that's gonna. I thought there was gonna be one that popped up right in front of us. How did that guy? Busted my bunker. Oh, I did not mean to do that. And that was maybe not the best time to break out the thing that would have detonated that combo, but alas. Oh, and that was one of the people who was with us moments ago. Not the level 1 person. Who is, of course, again, no longer level 1. Oh. I mean, we had such a tiny sliver of HP there. I'm pretty sure the enemy just needed to look at us. Oh no. As soon as I saw the grenade drop there, I was like, oh dear.
Thanks.
As soon as you saw the grenade, you knew there was a chance that was how that might play out.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
Oh, nope. Stay up here, please.
Enemies incoming.
Oh, they switched characters. They were using a Turian before. Now they're a Krogan. Okay, so I want you all to bunch together here. Okay, but that still works. Oh, wow. That was pretty insane. You see the kill feed there? That's pretty incredible. Well, also, what the heck just happened to the... What? Where'd they go? Where'd the Wraith go? And that's a good example of getting a larger group of people with the snap freeze by making a point of moving the freeze, not just focusing in on one enemy. Where is this enemy over here? There they are. Or were. I don't see this one though. Huh? Oh, is it the person, the Wraith that is right there? Also, I don't know what that was. I did not press the melee button. It looked like our character tried to punch the Wraith. Alright, you know what? Sure. If you insist, we can do that too.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
Okay. Third, fourth, whatever time that was, is apparently the charm. Oh, that's a really unfortunate way for that to play out. Well, that stinks. Okay, so that was not a permanent death, but we've learned that apparently it's just a probability. And the probability is higher on plat of it being a permadeath. And might also depend a bit on the... Oh dear. On the wave. But, you know, dropping down to land in the circle for the sync kill, or in the radius for the sync kill, and then I forget, there was something else as well. It's like we got blocked by, or stunned by an enemy or something like that, so that we weren't able to react absolutely right off the bat through some other, because of some other thing that was out of our control, and that was all the Ascended needed to have enough time to take us out. No, you are dead. You are not dead. Ow. We are dead. What is it? Oh, you're in here. Actually, there's two of those enemies in here. And there's also the Ascendant. Oh, you're in here. Go away. Oh, we got another person in here. Love if you would put that shield, that barricade, you know, actually in here. I missed! Alright, not our most efficient hack we've ever had, but got the job done. Oh, okay, maybe don't wait for it. Wasn't sure what I saw that something had hit us from behind, but I wasn't sure what it was. Maybe it was just the wind. I guess I had hoped. Yeah, I'll be honest, I just kind of went on autopilot, decided to come back up here, and then realized, yeah, you know, all the enemies are actually down there, so maybe that's not the best way to do that. What's up, Lady Patata? How's it going?
Enemies headed your way.
We're doing some Andromeda multiplayer. Today is our first day trying out the Batarian Scrapper here. We actually threw him into some higher level matches pretty quickly, due in large part to a lot of assistance from some very capable teammates. So they deserve a lot of credit for that. But that has helped us get him up to a decent level a little more quickly. So, we're getting close, I think, to getting a decent feel for what this guy's gonna play like when everything is said and done. Sense for when flat cannon does and does not stun. Particularly with regard to... Oh, we might be about to die as well. Particularly when it comes to... Oh, can we get this revive at least? Yes. Particularly when it comes to enemies that have armor, enemies that have shields. It definitely can work on enemies that don't have either of those things, of course. That was never really the question, but... The question is more so... what use is there in throwing the flat cannon at enemies that have the armor? Is it just not even worth it at all because you get a little bit of damage, but it's not great, and the primary thing you want the flat cannon for, the stuns, is not going to work?
Enemies headed your way.
That might be the case. I haven't always made a point of stopping to check if the flat cannon is stunning those shielded / armored enemies, but when I have stopped to make a point of checking that, they've not been stunned. Cover, please. It's not us. It's getting hit, right? Just making sure. Instead, we'll struggle to snipe these guys from opposite sides of the map. Oh, don't run straight onto that grenade, as we very nearly did. Let's just prime the enemy who's already primed. That seems like a better idea. Then you start shooting. Apparently, flat cannon. Oh, can't get that angle. Or rather, concussive shot can't. Flat cannon is useful for this, though.
3 more to go.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I need to make more conscious effort of using, because the concussive shot basically, as soon as I snap freeze someone, I'm thinking, yeah, I probably want to detonate that snap freeze with concussive shot. And usually the times when I'm using the flat cannon is, I want to detonate this snap freeze. Oh wait, that's the flat cannon button, and that doesn't detonate. I guess I'll use concussive shot instead. But There haven't been many times where I've consciously made flat cannon a priority. That was one of the few ones where it was. In part because I was actively talking about it at the time, so it was at the front of my mind.
Squad member down.
Oh dear. Don't worry, we're just gonna revive you right on top of Ascendant. Nothing to worry about. Okay, so this might be one exception to the whole detonate as soon as you prime thing with snap freeze, since assuming that that is true, detonating gets rid of debuff.
Squad member down.
Granted, someone else removed it immediately. Wait, how many
Reading a flat line.
people have
reading a flat
come and
line.
gone in this lobby? Taco's been with us this whole time, but
Teammate
oh dear.
injured.
One of these people joined us midway through, and I only just saw or recognized that this Zog the Primitive person is with us now, because we definitely had someone else in here before. That person was not with us the entire time, so somebody left,
Target
and that Zog the Primitive person then later filled in that spot. Does that do anything when he has the shield up? I don't know. Ow. Another instance of best not to detonate, at least not immediately, because we get more weapon damage if we delay. I don't know what the deal is with the Ascendants, though. What with the whole shieldy business? The Ascendant orb?
reading a flat line. Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
Lots of stuff here. Unfortunately, although it's close together, there we go. Now we can prime and detonate it. That's not good.
I'm reading a flat line.
No Zog! What is the name of that Superman character? Is it General Zod with a D, is it? It's not the same name? Similar, but not the same name? Yeah, our weapon damage... Okay, there's a great example. I feel like you can see a pretty clear before and after effect. When that Fiend had the ice on it, and therefore the debuff, we were dealing way more damage than we were dealing when the ice went away. Good demonstrations. Sneaky. Blending. We still have almost a minute. Woo. Oh, hello. I was about to say, I thought I saw something down just below us. Like, that's pretty serious damage. When the snap freeze is on, what angle? You are shooting me from that angle, the directly behind me angle. So, one anointed there.
All targets down, everyone's dead.
All right, nice.
Drinks are on me.
For all I know, our entire team has changed now. But still nice. Look away every time we look back at someone. The name has changed. Alright, so that's at least good enough to get us to 14 and close to 15. So we're getting there. Oh, Zog the Primitive is not a primitive. No, I've never seen that person before, but they're no amateur. What am I looking for? This. Yes, with 3 points, well, assuming we're not speccing into any more points for concussive shot, technically speaking, we can't really do much at this point in time. We need one more level. I feel really left out from a color scheme standpoint right now. I feel like I missed the memo. And this guy's, as I think I was mentioning briefly before, this guy's armor is interesting. It's a lot of strange doodads on it. Like, what are those things on our shoulder? I'm not really sure. I'm not sure I want to know, tell you the truth. But our color scheme is pretty boring at the moment, so that might warrant some attention later on. Okay. I mean, at this rate, especially when we have a full squad here, I think we're fine. We don't need to throw in any of the offensive boosters. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Can we be readied up while we're still changing our color scheme? Is that a thing? Like, is this a valid thing you can do while you're waiting for other people to be ready? I'll be honest, I don't know what color I want us to make this guy be. Ooh, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the purple. Pinkish purple. What if we become a watermelon? Wait. So in Mass Effect 3, we have several watermelon characters. At least one watermelon character. Granted, we did actually pretty quickly create a watermelon color scheme character in Andromeda multiplayer as well, because for quite a while we had our base human soldier as a watermelon color scheme. I don't remember if we did that on stream or not. Technically, I might have done that off stream, in which case you guys might not have seen too much of that. But for a while, I promise you, we had an absolutely vile color scheme on our human female soldier. But we actually very recently changed it earlier this week for the N7 Day challenge. Changed it to more N7-esque colors, simple black and red. So what my point is that if we remove a watermelon character, then we need to create a new watermelon character. Granted, despite the fact that we did attempt to have some green to complement our pinkish color, we did not confirm when the match started. So we did not actually get that green to complement the interior of our water. So like, I don't know what we are at this point. Our color scheme is not currently a watermelon. This deeply troubles me.
Squad member down.
Oh, we can get it next time. Don't worry. Yeah, and also the human soldier that we had before we before we changed her to black and red and 7 colors, it was not pure watermelon either. It was there's some other color that, third color as well, that just made it an absolute mess. So she looks terrible. Pink and green, perfect. You got the watermelon going. As soon as you add a third color in that, absolutely not. I mean, unless you have, like, I don't know, black for the watermelon seeds in just very small quantities, maybe you can get a pattern that will be able to recreate that sort of, but I don't know, that might be asking too much. Ow. Just like it would be asking too much for me not to blow myself up. Come on, let's be reasonable here. Actually get that guy.
Just 3
Oh,
hostiles
no.
remaining.
Our hit and run snap freeze. Oh. Zog!
That hurt them. Be ready.
We have an infiltrator at the moment.
Intelligence
that we
needs
do.
data from your location. Look for an entry
Which
point.
might make this a little tricky. I mean, it's gold, not plat. So we should be able to just hold this spot, but it's not necessarily a given. That's aimed right at us, isn't it? Or at least it was. That was probably not worth immediately detonating, for what it's worth. I mean, we still killed it just about immediately, but maybe we can learn our lesson this time. I'm assuming we hit it from that angle, but that may not have been the case.
Loud and clear.
Just increase the weapon damage instead, but no problem. Objective done.
Reload. Go get them. All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Yeah, there's also just something about having a pink Batarian that feels very silly. Actually, for what it's worth, I do not have a watermelon Batarian, but I had a, talk about other challenges, for a Valentine's Day challenge. How many years ago would this have been? Possibly 2 years ago at this point. For a Halloween challenge for Mass Effect 3. Or not Halloween. A Valentine's Day challenge for Mass Effect 3. I had used a... Ooh, dear. Batarian soldier. And since it was, you know, Valentine's Day challenge, naturally I gave it pink. I think I did pink and white sort of speckles for the armor. But point there being, this is also not the first pink Batarian we've had. Okay, there's a lot of stuff here. Well, you know, maybe it'd be better not to get destroyer's attention, come to think of it. That might be preferable. Oh, I was trying to Okay, so interestingly, it is possible, if one of the turrets has no shields, but the other parts of the destroyer still do, it is still possible to prime just the turret and the turret alone. I tried to then detonate, but accidentally hit the main component of oh no, that's safe. Accidentally hit the main section of the destroyer instead, so no detonation. Well, that is one way to still make that work. Still make that combo work against Remnant with this guy, because we were saying that Remnant might technically be the worst matchup for us, since we don't like the shields for snap freeze. It is possible to hit these guys with a flat cannon, but it's not always easy to hit. Like, his flat cannon actually does have a bit of right? We did hit you from there. Wow. I did not think that was in range. Yeah, the flat cannon, it does actually drop a little bit. It has some flak drop, bullet drop. Not a huge amount, but enough that if you're shooting at an enemy that is flying, and they're flying further away, then you might miss them. You might miss them. And since they're flying, that means that if you miss low, you're just gonna miss altogether. Whereas for other enemies, if you miss low, you might just hit the ground, which, as long as it's the ground relatively close to them, you might still be able to, get them with it. That was close. Is that enemy? Oh, well, it's you. And that, oh, well, I mean, did eventually kill you, but all right, I guess that works.
Sources say key data is scattered around this area. Find and recover that data.
I assume that nullifier would have been out of snap freeze range, but honestly, at this point, I'm not sure. Now.
Teammate injured.
Now.
Data's received. Squad member down.
Maybe don't step into that.
3 more to go. All clear for now. Time to go. Get to the extraction site.
Spawn here. Someone at least. Oh, yep. Certainly did. Yeah, so certainly for some of them, some enemies, it feels like you could very well make a good case for detonating the snap freeze immediately. Weaker enemies that the snap freeze might just kill, especially when they're in a group. And the explosion can potentially damage a whole bunch of enemies. Ow. Did I just walk straight into... I did apparently just walk into a destroyer who was moments away from launching his big cannon.
Thanks.
Yeah, like this guy, like bosses, you probably don't want to detonate immediately so you get more time to get the damage buff. basic enemies who might not really need the damage buff. And or might be next to a whole bunch of other enemies who you can explode. Maybe you do just explode them more or less immediately. Seconds-ish. Hold on.
Teammate injured.
Oh. But I wanted to get them. Such a good opportunity to get a good detonation. That's also just horrendous
That's how
aim.
Apex gets it done. Come on, hold.
Alright. So we just needed a tiny bit more to get up to 15. So we got that. But yeah, not enough for 16 there. But I think that should mean that now, yes, we can afford to, if we'd like to, go here. I mean, this is, at least when we're using the paw, this is going to be pretty darn strong. At least I assume so. I guess I don't exactly know the way that the paw counts shots, but I mean, at this point, we could probably switch off the paw, because as I was saying before, you know, especially if we're not going on plat, it does make me feel a little bit like I'm cheating. So maybe we just scale ourselves down a little bit more to the... Where are you? It's X5 Ghost, as we discovered before. So, I mean, it's still very strong, very solid, but... And also, we've not really spent any time double-checking to see if this was actually the equipment slot bonus that we wanted. Take a bit of a closer look here. I mean, it wasn't a bad choice. Just might not have necessarily been the ideal choice. Case can be made for that. Okay, now people are waiting for us, so... I mean, it's not terrible, as I was saying. Is it the one that we would ideally select? Oh no, but we're not a watermelon! Oh, that's terrible. I was at least intending to switch us back to being a watermelon. Also, I didn't put on any XP boosting stuff for this one, I don't think. Should be enough to get a level still, because I think we're reasonably close. And as I was saying before, at this stage, you know, we're past the toughest spot where you just have very few skill points to work with. So at this point, it doesn't make quite as big a difference. The 1 or 2 more levels we might pick up
Clear the area and
by
lock
continuing to use the XP boosters. Maybe we'll just save the ones we have, because, well, I mean, we don't have that many more characters we need to level up, because we're making some good progress on that front. But is that reason enough to save or not save our XP boosters? I don't know. I don't know, man. Can we hit you from there? No. Okay, so we're continuing to test exactly how far can we shoot. Well, he says shoot. I mean the snap freeze. Oh, I'm back down here. I was looking for you. Yeah, but now with that, that final upgrade for the passive on the offensive side, we should have some pretty serious weapon damage at this point. Both from a base damage per weapon standpoint, and also from a, if we can, continue to hit the same enemy repeatedly.
We're tracking reinforcements.
And what is it? Technically a debuff? I forget if it's technically a debuff or if it's us
Enemies incoming.
increasing our own damage after getting subsequent hits on the same enemy in a short period of time. I think it's a debuff. Like this. That should give us some pretty nice damage. So those berserkers are usually extremely tanky. And, I mean, it didn't get instantly deleted, but it was pretty darn fast. It's not like we one-shot the thing, or whatever the equivalent of one-shotting with an assault rifle is, but at least it would still need to be a one-shot. Look, you know what I mean. Your expectations for one-shotting with an assault rifle would be different than your expectations for one-shotting with a sniper rifle. It's the equivalent for
Squad member
an
down.
assault rifle taking enemies out in one clip. No, that's probably not too difficult to do. Oh, you are not in this room.
For the best.
That's also a... Oh,
3 left. Go get them.
okay. You know, you do you. That's cool. That's how you want to use your barricade. It's an interesting application for it.
Keep it up.
Good job, everyone.
As I will accidentally jump off the building. So, you know, who am I to criticize?
The enemy's tapping into civilian comm traffic. We need to take out their uplink devices.
Excuse me.
One device
Sorry.
down.
Yawning straight into the microphone. Such a snooze. These objectives, they're just so easy.
One problem.
The enemies just don't stand a chance. I was so ready to round that corner and get annihilated by Hydra.
Hang in there, Apex.
Where's this last one?
All enemy devices are now offline.
That was interesting. Is that a biotically primed by charge? Because the enemies were airborne after the charge? Because charge does not say that it primes. I don't think there's any some just obscure way to absolutely should have stunned there with a flat cannon, but there's no obscure upgrade you can take with charge to make it prime, right? I don't think so. I think that's just a sneaky, technically not stated anywhere, way in which charge can prime. Kind of like, I think, is it throw? I think throw might do that as well too. Because you can see when you use throw and you get a kill, the game will still say you get a small number of points, but some points nonetheless for assist, which is usually for things that prime. Throw does not say anywhere that it primes. But you absolutely do get assist points from throw. So I wonder if it's kind of the same thing with charge, where they're technically speaking is the tiniest of windows in which you're doing priming, and therefore get the support points, and it is possible if someone happens to detonate in that brief little window to get actually get a detonation going. Oh, you're in here with us. More accurately, you're in here with me. Hydra close enough? Now it must be, right? Okay, so let's test our damage. No, stay! I was about to say test our damage on the Hydra, and then you ran away. What the heck, man? Where's the fun in that? How are we supposed to test our damage now? Okay, well, granted, now we can test our damage this way. Unless if our teammates immediately detonate you. Slash, you immediately die.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
The timing of that really made it look like our concussive shot caused that enemy to get frozen. Which is very odd. We do have a skill that freezes our enemies. That is not it.
Hostiles en route.
I think that was just a coincidence. Somebody else was using a skill that was in the process of freezing the enemy, but it hadn't quite activated yet. Hold on! Damage test. Damage test. Pretty solid. I mean, when we are actually able to just fire non-stop at the enemies, damage is pretty sweet. I would love to test that on Hydra. Previous Hydra did not cooperate. Need more samples. Need more testing. One Hydra is not enough. Okay, I heard it.
I'm reading a flat line.
Oh, okay. Ow. Who's doing that? Actually, though, who is doing that? It seemed like there must have been an enemy directly behind us, and they're not, seemingly. But you were not the prime enemy.
Just 3
I
hostiles remaining.
attempted to prime more of them, and deliberately tried to go for the enemy in the middle to have the detonation hit everyone, but that did not work.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements. Objects of interest detected in the mission area. Find and return to drop point.
Hello. Is that
Artifact is
stun?
secure.
Oh no, we still haven't inspected to get the 2-second guaranteed stun, right? In which case, at that point, we might be able to stun those guys. At the moment, they're stunning us instead, with the very power that we're talking about.
Artifact
Being
is
out
secure.
flat cannon. And this is gonna hurt.
Reading a flat
Yup.
line. I'm reading a flat line.
Uh-oh. Thank you. Excuse me, I'm trying to locate where the objective is. Oh, beat me to it. named a country in Saharan Africa. Which seemed odd
All artifacts secured.
in this context, seeing as how that is in an entirely different galaxy. On a home planet of the species that we hate most. Oh, you saw that! I was in the process of snap freezing you. In the process of snap freezing you when that happened.
Squad member
Okay.
down.
That one was more deserved, though. That one I did deserve.
Teammate injured. Just 3 hostiles remaining. Thanks.
Okay, let's go get this sharpshooter. That works too. Never mind, we didn't need the explosion.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
I don't like the color of the back of our head. I don't know if we can change that color. I know we might be able
We're
to.
done here. Get yourself to the LZ.
Oh, hello. Okay. I did have an opportunity to test the damage on the Hydra. Makes it a little distracted by, you know, not trying to die.
Squad member down.
We stop sniping my teammates. Just you wait for some. No, I was gonna say. I was gonna set it up for some amazing weapon damage, and then immediately teammate comes in, detonates it right off the bat. So much for my plan. Also, ow. Yeah, no, that was the wrong side of the cover to hide behind.
Thanks.
Usually you want to have the cover between yourself and the enemy. I kind of use being behind that right
That's how
now.
Apex gets it done. Come on home.
You know, maybe a little bit throwing caution to the wind at the end there, for no particularly good reason. So we're up to 16, and I think we will not be able to get anything new here. Yeah, we need to get at least one more level. And I think the next one's going to be pretty big for the flat cannon, because... Oh no, we need 2 before we can get the... 2 more levels before we can get the not the anti-armor, the stunning. This, I think, is where flat cannon will really start to kick off. And then I think you go the shrapnel explosions. And that'll be it. So we're not planning to spec into concussive shot, and given how we have maxed everything else out, we will not have any additional flexibility there. So maybe it is worth throwing on an XP booster of some variety this time. Oh, wait, that reminds me. This is critical. This is a problem. This must change. We must become the watermelon. Hold on. Let's do... No, that was fine, but... Just trying to not have it be quite as... right? Ooh, that's good. That's good. Then you go... The light color is already black, so those are kind of like the watermelon seeds. Skin tone. Yes. Absolutely. No question. Oh, that's interesting. The back of our head does not change color, only the front of our head. Okay. If you say so. What patterns can we get out of curiosity? Ooh. Ooh. That's a little too many black speckles for me. What we do, it's either that or it's the one before it, but there we go. I think we're just about there from a watermelon standpoint. I think we are now officially unstoppable. Look at that. And again, I just wish the back of the head was the actual green color.
We need to secure this position. Enemies on the move. Be ready.
Oh, these are already there. Kind of just assumed they had not spawned in yet. I assumed wrong. No, I didn't really feel the need to climb up onto that, but sure. If you insist. Where? Oh, that's where you are. You managed to grab me even once again.
Squad member down.
Yep, flat hit. You managed to grab me even after I'd already gotten you with the snap freeze. It's been a little annoying. No. Oh, they're being revived. That's why I insisted on Batarian punching them in the face.
Teammate injured. Thanks. Enemies clear. Stay alert. Enemies headed your way.
I was gonna say there's a fair number over here for us to detonate, or for our teammates to detonate, but one of them was a fake agent. There you see, that's a good example of. I think it was just us. The enemy might have technically been poked slightly before we started shooting him, that berserker, but sustained fire plus the wow, that's a lot of enemies. Sustained fire. Ow. Plus the snap freeze for maximum debuff stuff. think those debuffs, those work for the entire team. If I remember correctly.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
And here on gold, that doesn't seem like that's really necessary, because we're still able to take those guys out quite quickly, but on plat, where those berserkers are just absolute damage sponges and sometimes hanging out in hacks and stuff like that, then that could be very helpful. Not just for ourselves, but for our teammates as well.
Enemy tech shut down.
How did we live? All right, we still haven't double checked exactly how much life we have, how much health and shields we have on this character.
One problem gone.
There's something I was curious about before. There have been a few times where we've survived some attacks that I very much would have expected to kill us. Mostly from Hydras, I think. But it seems to suggest that we might have more health than like, you know, take humans as the baseline, base humans as the baseline. Might have more than that.
Now offline. Three left. Don't get 'em.
Oh. Didn't have enough range that time. Well, there was no way that saboteur was trying to attack us.
Enemies clear. Stay alert.
We were around the corner when it initiated that attack, and it had its back to us the entire time.
Enemies headed your way.
Let's clear out.
Yeah, we'll just go. Although, that's actually, come to think of it, we can prime multiple enemies with Snap Freeze. So you could detonate one of them. Detonate one of them with the concussive shot, and then if any of them still live after the explosion, you punch whoever's left. Get multiple explosions that way. So before we were talking about how, yeah, you know, sure, we can detonate it in 2 different ways, but didn't have a lot of need the second way, since for the most part, priming once, we're detonating once, and those 2 things can be pretty well aligned. We're actually priming more than one enemy at a time. That does change the calculus a bit. Pick a side.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. All clear for now.
That is fun to detonate the combos with your melee, especially Batarian melee. It doesn't feel quite as unique. Definitely does not feel quite as unique as it does in Mass Effect 3, because in Mass Effect 3, as I was saying, it's the same general animation, but it's much slower. It makes it feel more dramatic. It feels weightier in Mass Effect 3 because it's already. Detonated one with the concussive shot and detonated the other with our melee.
Squad member down.
But yeah, it feels in some ways, I think, better in Mass Effect 3, because although it's slower and therefore more dangerous in Mass Effect 3, it just feels like it has more payoff for that reason. It's like, okay, I'm charging it up, and when this thing hits, it's gonna hurt you. So look out. Whereas this time, it feels more like a, well, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of charging up, but it's not that much more than a normal punch would do. That seemed pretty far away. trying to use the flat cannon to stun, and it didn't work. Or the last one that I tried didn't work there, but I think that was not because we ran out of them, which was my initial impression, but because it does technically have the slightest of cooldown. So you can't completely spam it. And on occasions like this where you not timed your concussive shot well,
Just
you
3
can
hostiles remaining.
use your melee as a backup plan. Otherwise, if we had just used concussive shot, we'd be waiting around here for a long time. But
All
we
enemies
had it.
clear.
We could have
Keep
used
it
it,
up.
but just to prove a point, we went for the melee.
We've located data sources. Get them uploaded before we
I
lose
guess
the
that
connection.
works. Oh dear. Double check exactly how long the debuff for the snap freeze lasts. So I deliberately did not detonate the Berserker, and I did detonate the Hydra immediately after because I assumed it was going to expire soon, the debuff, but I might have been wrong. Can we just straight up take an entire barrage from Hydras on hope?
Hang in there, Apex. Squad member down.
Do we only manage to do that if we miss 1 or 2 of them? Whoa. Stop putting your shield up.
Upload complete. Good job, Apex. Hang in there, Apex.
Oh, you did not get prime. And that was not in range.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. All clear for now. Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction zone. Teammate injured.
Might have been the difference between life and death if we had the stuns there on the flat cannon. Almost there. Need a few more levels though.
Squad member down.
I swear, every time I snap freeze when it's broken, they stun me right as I'm about to finish it, but cut me slightly short. Not that time though. As soon as I call them out for it, they don't do it anymore. Cooldown, sure. Do that. Don't forget. Ow.
Teammate injured.
Well. where that Krogan was.
Whole team secure.
I heard him somewhere, though. Combat detonations. Perform 500. Oh. Okay. Apparently that's a thing that we have apparently now done. Alright. So we're up to, what was that, 16 now? Now we can upgrade the flat cannon. So we had questions of power cell or area damage. It doesn't seem like the power cells are that much of an issue for us, to be honest. It already starts off with pretty high capacity, especially once you get the +2 there. So I think we can do the damage in force. AoE would probably be better still, since we're not really focusing on the damage with this, more so the stuns, but next level, next time. Okay, and I think this is probably going to be my last one here, because the brain is shutting off. I'm getting very tired, I think. And we've not opened up any packs yet today because we jumped straight into things at the beginning, so we are gonna have a very large chunk. Okay. Sound glitch. That'll be restarting anyway. Take that to mean we should probably wait for that. Yeah, like these two, I assume, don't know that. We'll give Falco a minute or two to get in here, and, well, I mean, I guess we would. But, well, we could open up some of the packs, I guess, while we're waiting. I guess we could do that. Although that... oh, no, they're just unreadying. The sound of not having that annoying sound made me think that Falco had gotten back in very quickly at that. So last time we did do technical mod packs. We did a whole bunch of them, nearly maxed them out. Although, to be honest, we threw a bunch of credits at them, and I did not realize there were that many technical mod packs to begin with, or technical mod items to get. So we are close, but we are not there yet. So I think we should be able to max those out possibly fairly quickly at that. So we're getting a bunch of things already that have now been maxed out. But then we will switch back over to the, what is it, the advanced packs? The chance of ultra rares. Just want to make sure. Oh, no, not that we do that, but that we... If Falco does return, then we're good to go. Okay, that's a couple packs in a row now where we've gotten exclusively consumables. Thought we saw some stuff that was very clearly not level 10 yet. Yeah, well, that is now. That is now. Getting closer, but I thought I saw something that was lower still. All right, that's level 10. So lots of things that just needed a little bit more attention, but that needs at least one more level. So we know we should open at least one more of these packs. Yeah, that needs a few more. That needs a few more. And Falco's back. Okay, cool. Did we throw on the XP enhancer? We did? Okay. So I'm hoping... How much experience do we need here? I think we saw that we can get that much with this combination of gold plus the silver XP booster. And I think this would give us just enough for that key stun level for the flat cannon. So this would be a good threshold to reach. And as we have it set for random, right? I don't think I locked it in for 0. We're getting a whole bunch of 0 tonight. We did a bunch earlier for the objective, or rather for the daily. Yeah, at this point we know we're not quite maxed out for the technical mod packs, but we should be quite close, I would think.
Clear the area and lock it down. Hostiles en route.
That was a little more preemptive than I meant for that to be. Oh, we did still get the additional damage on flak cannon. That much is currently in effect. And that's not really what we're trying to emphasize with the flak cannon, but I will take it. Our teammates were attacking us as if we were an enemy. Did they block the snap freeze with their shield? I think so. I was gonna say, otherwise that very clearly should have primed and detonated. Only reason I could think why that wouldn't have worked.
Enemies cleared. Stay alert. Hostiles en route.
Always wanted to just kind of hang out up here for a match to a certain extent. I know it's like generally considered less practical than being down there. Well, that's why people don't go down, or maybe because if they go off this way, they might forget that that technically is a little area where the map does not exist. I feel like I actually have seen very occasionally some people go up there briefly. Excuse me, you were supposed to get snap frozen, and then you expertly ducked behind that cover right as I executed it. Bamboozled me, and I do not appreciate that. I do not appreciate being bamboozled. I'm not the one who was supposed to get hit by that.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Good. Stay sharp.
Upload? Like, it'd be cool if there was an upload up here. I feel like I said that very recently, but
Detected mission critical
point
data.
stands.
Find the location and upload the intel. Fragment uploaded.
Whoa, okay, maybe we don't go that direction.
Nearly through.
Where'd they go? They ran away. Thought I was gonna have to kill them to get them out of the zone. And they just did all the hard work for me. The rare polite enemies. Very considerate of them. It's nice. I'm trying to around walls a bit like that. I mean, I guess to a certain extent, as long as you can get the name highlighted to lock on. A lot of other skills can do that as well in a slightly different way. And just arcs. Did we get a... No, we did not get a double snap freeze there. That would have been hilarious. Poke a couple of them. Snap freeze directly.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements. Enemies incoming.
Let's clear out.
Punch you. Or not prime. By the time we get rid of you, we can prime you guys. Ow. Survived the tiniest of slivers of HP. It's okay. That can be fixed. Ow! That I did not see, though. I think that's technically the right way to do it is prime and debuff. When you shoot him for a little bit to take advantage of that debuff, then you detonate, because we're seeing, oh dear. If we prime and then just immediately explode it, then that's not enough to get rid of nullifiers. You do add in a little bit of missing, but also the firing. I did not want to pop out of cover. And that was enough for us to take them out much more efficiently. That was
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
poorly aimed. Knew that I needed to arc that around more.
Good. Stay sharp. Hostiles en route.
Shells prime? Yes. Wow. Where's the...
I'm reading a flat line.
Uh-oh. 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 That's not good. Yet somehow, instead of dying, we're reviving people? I don't know how. Didn't expect that. Is that getting aimed at us? I don't know. Like, prime all these dudes. That feels like that would be helpful. Slash debuff all these dudes, really. Oh no! I really wanted that to explode on everyone else over here. I was curious if hitting the roof there caused the flat cannon to drop down on the ground and get the stun. The answer was no. Effective gravity is not that strong, apparently. At least not for flat cannon. Oh, I wanted you to go down to that.
Just 3 hostiles.
I mean, I wanted you to get primed by it first, but then when I saw that you weren't primed by the snap freeze, then I wanted you to explode. Explode to death from the melee
All clear for now.
detonation.
We've located data sources. Get them
Lots
uploaded
of
before we
uploads,
lose the
wow.
connection.
Yes, it's a party over here. Whoa, it's definitely a party over here. So, hopefully, a quick party that we can win. What?
Fragment uploaded.
A is that the LZ again? Yeah. Does it work with a... Okay, well, that's not... Wasn't gonna hit you anyway with the...
Squad
Oh
member
dear.
down.
With the ground pound melee, but the question was going to be, does the ground pound melee also detonate?
Hang in there, Apex.
Or is it just our standing melee? I feel like ground pound. I feel like surely I would have noticed some other character if ground pound melee detonations did work. Whoa.
Upload complete. Well done, team. Hang in there, Apex.
Stop moving right when I'm trying to shoot you.
Three left. Go get them. Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
Alright. What is that sound? What?
Shuttle incoming. Get to the
Is that the
extraction zone.
Venom? Looks like the Venom. Definitely is. And not like that sound effect, though. Sounds much worse than the Mass Effect 3 version. Trying to shoot at us there? 'Cause it really seems like it. That's not the way that skill works. It's not gonna aim like that. Granted, at this point in time, I think I could hit the broad side of the barn. Oh dear. Well, that nullifier is daring me to try. So 30 seconds. Wait a little bit longer before we go. Alright. Now let's start making moves. Happy with melee. that's a good way to get our gold melee medal as well.
Mission
What better
complete.
way?
Chain secured. Good work.
Than with an exploding melee. ice cold. Alright, so first of all, is this enough to level up? I think it is, just looking at the plus XP number. I think it will be. And it is, so that's good. I think that will be our final match of the night, because I am getting dangerously tired at this point. Like, we're getting close to you just hearing a thud. My head just slamming against the table. Alright, let me just message this person and let them know that I'm going to call tonight now. Because they've been playing with us for a while now. Falco, that is. Alright, so we do still have over 3 million credits, because that's the other thing. We could still be opening up packs for a while now, because we still have a lot of stuff to do there. So we opened up a few of the technical mod packs, and as we were starting to say, we certainly got closer to maxing those things out, but as we're seeing here, we're not done yet. Still have a little ways to go. And I assume we will max these out in probably just a matter of moments, really. And I expect we will still have a somewhat significant number of credits remaining after having done that. So I think we should still be able to make decent progress on the advanced pack side as well. As we're seeing more of these things reach rank 10. Yep. Still a little bit more, though, by the looks of things. At least you and you. Okay. Might be done now. Let's see, is that all consumables? It was. That might just be a coincidence. But let's check if we go prestige to collections. The weapon mods. So we're looking for anything that does not have an X at the end. It means that it is not maxed out. Do we see any of those? Know that we actually maxed out the uncommon mods, all of them, last week before we maxed either the common or the rares out, which was kind of strange. Okay, we do still have this shotgun short barrel and the SR vented barrel. Okay, so we have two. The rares, that much does make sense. That is the rares that we max out last. Although, that's probably why we're not seeing them pop up as often, is basically we need to roll the rare. Which is not guaranteed with this type of pack. Worst comes to worst, we get some consumables in return, which is not a oh, apparently we did not max that out. I thought we had maxed out all the bronzes, but I guess I missed that one. I think we still had a gold or two that we needed, right? Or rare, if I'm not mistaken. Try one more, then I'll double check, because otherwise we could be opening up these packs for a while if we are truly done. And that is not the most efficient way to get the consumables, so I mean, yes, it's not a terrible thing to get some of them, but if we were making a point of doing that and only that, then there are better ways to make it happen. Yeah, there is still 2 levels. 2 levels we need. Both on rares. It's just that it's a small chance for a rare is what we're seeing. We're not getting that small chance every time, of course. There's one of them. There's both of them. Okay. So now we should be done. I believe we are done with all the technical mods based on what we just saw. So that leaves us with almost 3 million remaining for the advanced packs, which is a lot. Not advanced. Oh, okay, well this is, wait, what? What is that? Oh. Okay, well, I mean, we got kind of lucky, because I did not intend to open up this kind of pack. We did at least get a rare, otherwise this was going to be just consumables as well. What I meant to do was go... No, expert pack. Expert pack is what we're looking for. Should still have a decent amount for these. And as for where we left off on the expert packs, we have now gotten into the alternate versions of all the various weapons. I think everything is maxed out for the base version, at least. Not necessarily sure we have the first level of all the different varieties of weapons for all the different weapons. You know, do we have the siphon, at least the level 1 siphon, concussive, and bulwark for every single rare weapon? Maybe not, but we're getting pretty close at, well, there you go. Apparently not, at least in that case. Or this case. But that suggests that we do still have quite a ways to go. Oh, okay, hold on. Crusader upgrade. That's our first ultra rare that we've gotten from the packs today. It must have been, right? We did have the 2 guaranteed ultra rares from the other mission funds source. So we knew that was gonna happen. We knew those were gonna be ultra rares. Sweeper, now siphon, okay. Yeah, we have some that are like this here, the concussive ghost, which is way ahead. I'd love if it were ghost siphon, though. It'd be even better. No, not Revenant. Ghost siphon would be even better, as that is a weapon that we legitimately use with some regularity. Rieger siphon. Okay, Easter. Do we not have any of the alternate versions for this weapon? I wonder if that was the one that we maxed out the base version of most recently. That might explain why we seemingly did not have any of the alternate versions. Okay, well, Ghost Concussive is now maxed out. That might be our first alternate version of a rare that is maxed out. Don't quote me on that. Ghost was the first rare weapon for us to max out the base version, so it would kind of make sense for at least one of those alternate versions to be the first to get maxed out as well, although at a certain point the something law of averages, other weapons will catch up. I don't know. Something like that. Meanwhile, that being said, the other iterations, alternate versions of the Ghost, continuing to get levels. Can't remember. I don't think I've used the Rieger in Andromeda. I have seen some people doing it. I don't think I've tried it myself. It's obviously absolutely freaking busted in Mass Effect 3, in part because of some bugs that give it way more damage than it's supposed to have. That, of course, doesn't stop people from using it with exactly that bug setup. I assume that no longer exists in Andromeda. Even without that, damage was still really solid in Mass Effect 3, so No. Then again, is it one of those weapons, as has been the case with several others that have gotten much weaker from Mass Effect 3 into Andromeda? We've used this, the Ushir, once or twice, very briefly. That's getting up there. Indra, we didn't have the first level of for the, what was that, the Bulwark? Well, there it is again. Making up for it. And the Avenger S alternate versions, which apparently yeah, I vaguely remember that was lagging behind a bit. Getting the base version maxed out relative to the other weapons. Was a little behind. And of course, as I think we were talking about either last week or maybe the week before, but once you do start to see the alternate versions of all the weapons pop up, then functionally means that the total number of weapons that you can acquire triples. Falcon, first time we've gotten the siphon of that. That's good. But yeah, so take however long it took us to max out the base versions of those rare weapons and multiply it by 3, I guess, or something like that. Now that we have the alternate versions that we're starting to get. Solarian Operator is all the way up at level 5. Okay. Okay. And we aren't, for what it's worth, we are not that far away from playing some ultra-rare characters. And not gonna lie, although I do like the Avenger S, and Siphon is presumably the best version of it, it did, for a second there, look like the Ghost. And I would have more look forward to that. Yeah, but once again, it does feel like primarily ultra rares are going in the consumable slot. Not a lot of ultra rares on the character or weapon side of things. Which, I mean, yes, obviously many of those consumables could be useful at some point, true. But still feels more exciting to get the ultra rare characters or weapons. Getting down there now. Not very many more that we can afford. Looks like, what, 6 more? Or 5 more now? Predator Siphon. Okay, Predator S Siphon, technically. Every time the Avenger pops up, and when it has popped up a lot as of late, I've always thought it was the Ghost. Without exception. Penultimate pack. It's more more Predator Siphon stuff. The final one will be the Lanat. Concussive, but that is all. Okay. So we definitely maxed out the technical mods. We made some decent progress, at least on the alternate rare side of things. Maybe not so much specifically on the alternate versions of weapons that we would like. Namely, most importantly, in all likelihood, the Siphon on the Ghost. And definitely did at least feel like we came up a little bit short on the ultra rares from a weapon and character standpoint. Although, to be fair, that is something that we have said many times before. Seemingly way more common to get ultra rare consumables than to get ultra rare characters or weapons. But hey, at least we got some earlier today by cashing in the mission funds. We did do some higher level matches with this guy pretty pply. I mean, I do like him. I think especially once we started to level up the skills a little bit more. Oh, speaking of which, hold on. I almost forgot. I almost forgot. We have enough points to do that. So I do think that's going to make a pretty big difference, because then once you can more reliably stun with the flat cannon and also the snap freeze, that's pretty useful. And even the level 1 concussive shot for detonations, and having discovered that you can detonate with at least this guy's melee, but I don't know, can other characters detonate with their melee as well? Can everyone do that? Is that only some characters? I have no idea. So maybe I'm giving this character more credit than it deserves because of that discovery that I found a lot of fun. But either way, the stunning capabilities and the combo potential of doing multiple primes in one go with a single snap freeze, and then potentially multiple detonations with a combination of the concussive shot and then just going around throwing punches at frozen enemies. That was fun. I like that a lot.